Thank you very much, Joe. Literally, as you posted that, I was typing into Google to find a YouTube link to that video because I saw it on Twitter. Anyway, hello! Hey Joe, hey Skirk, thank you for the 30 bits. Hey Dark Rain, hello. We back! Yes, we'll watch that. There's also a gameplay trailer that I think released yesterday that I didn't see. That released at the same time, yeah. Okay, so I've got a couple of videos there. Fucking hell, it's hot. Why is it so warm today? Miserable and I hate it. Hey Luna, how you doing? Good to see you again. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Good timing. Only just went live. Yeah, so we'll start with some Borderlands 4 stuff. And look in the we've got two Vex videos to watch, and then we'll look at the skill trees, which I haven't looked into yet. I have not looked into the skill trees at all. All I know is there's like splash stuff on Rafa and like an ammo skill on Rafa, which I'm a bit worried about. And that there's tier 1 lifesteal and Vex. That's like all I know. So I'll probably spend quite a bit on that. And then after that, I'm going to be playing around with Eraser Zane. I did find I do have a save file for it. So I have played it in the past, but not much. So I'm going to do some endgame runs of that, playing around with different weapons. And then, if there's time, I'm going to go for Scourge World Record. Specifically Amarum. Let's have a look at the other characters for Scourge. 243 Zane. Or 243 Flak. 247 Zane. Yeah, that's probably pushing it. I could definitely get Amara. I'm only 1 second behind world record. And then I could maybe push from those as well. Also, I've moved the fan today. It's on full blast, but it's further away. It's like off in the distance. Just to help some air circulation in the room, but it won't be as cooling. But hopefully you won't hear it on the microphone. Was farming toboggan this morning, and you finally got one with AoE on it? Oh, hell yeah! Was it top slot or second or third? Not really sure if it matters. 1 second. Toboggan. Oh yeah, it does do primary, secondary, secondary. Hey Casper, how you doing? Hello. Second slot? Oh, fantastic. Brilliant. Yeah, good find. That is excellent. Right. We've got 2 videos to watch. This is a gameplay overview. I've already seen this. I watched it earlier today, but we didn't show it yesterday. So this is going to be a little gameplay trailer for Vex. Hey, hang on. There we go. It's not perfect. It has a rad damage, AoE, and health regen. Oh, that's still really good, because rad's good. Radiation's good. To get some rad explosions in there, and it'll make your rad explosions stronger. I mean, you'll still need a source of radiation, but it'll, once you do that, and you just like an ASE 50, and then boom, you've got... yeah, that's really good. And, I mean, 2 out of 3 passives with the RNG system of Borderlands 3. You can't really ask for more. I mean, you could ask for 3 passives, but getting 3 good passives is a nightmare. Not fun to farm for, so that's a very good find. Congrats. Alright, let's go. Probably a bit early, but whatever. A few days of farming, yeah, I can imagine. It's a lot of arms race.
Oh yeah. This is why you don't fight sirens. I gotta say what you got going on. Don't wanna blink and see you've already gone. I brought my entourage. I never get it wrong.
See, that just looks like spammable reverberation. Oh, he's healing. Interesting.
Do your thing, ghosties. And then my cheeks are so pink. Unleash the beast. It's time to be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just cool. I think Incarnate's gonna have some sauce to it. Oh yeah. Like, so this shot right here. So that it hit this guy way off to the side. That's a very generous hitbox. And it pierced through. So that's like a reverb Tandava thing. And this is spammable. You know, get yourself a Torg shotgun and fucking away you go.
I brought my entourage.
That's an order weapon, isn't it? This core here. So this guy at top's healing, I'm noticing. I think this is a world boss, or it might be a smaller version of a world boss. Might be a Ripper. Is it it's the Cube Core. I thought Cube Core was order. Could be Ripper. Splat. Right, hang on. Hang on. We don't get to see if a loot beam appears here.
Do your thing, ghosties. And then my cheeks are so do your thing. I never get it right,
But can you see what I'm going for here? He's dropping the gun he's using. If they've brought that back, that's really cool. But yeah, there isn't a loot beam there, and they could just like that visual effect around them could just then be despawning. Copium, that's not a visual effect. Yeah, it happens to them all. Even the guns on his back. It could just be. If this is a world boss, you know, he could spawn covered in guns, like on his back, in each hand, and then that's just what he drops. And then these will now drop to the ground, loot beam will appear, and that's your loot. So it'd be cool if you could see him from afar, scope in with a sniper, see what guns are on him, and go, oh, it's that gun, and then go in for the kill. Like, that'd be sick as fuck. My favorite BL3 streamer? Oh, thank you, Luna. That's very, very kind of you to say. Thank you. Means a lot. Doggo. I do love the visual effects. I'm not sure if a lot of these are added in post. I do like this scene. Like, that one looks to be it, but this one here, that just looks cool. Also, she looks great. I like the wings. And yet you're saying that they're making her the poster. Like, yeah, she's like the first character we're getting proper looks at. But by the time we get to Harlow, when we get a video like this on Harlow, we'll all be going, oh wow, Harlow looks so cool, this is great. Same for Rafa, same for Eamon. So if we get these deep dives with the other characters, we'll be saying the same for each one that they reveal.
Why you don't fight sirens?
What's actually going on here? So she does one projectile there, which then launches a second projectile at that guy, and then she primes the third. That's 3 different projectiles happening in the span of 2 seconds. Like, we kind of go from...
This is why you don't fight sirens.
We kind of go from Fracture to Remnant. and that one explodes on impact. That one doesn't keep going like the like this one here. Very different behavioral-wise. I suppose we might see that in the augments. And it's night and day. I mean, the BL3 ones were good. Were they not?
My squad leader said Darzaron Bay would be my last mission. Easy in, easy out. And afterwards, my Iron Bear class mech would be all mine. Routine gig, he said. Routine gig, my ass. It was a death trap. We never stood a chance. The rest of my squad was wiped out. But Iron Bear kept me alive.
It's just Meridian outskirts. Like, that's playable space.
Now he's all I've got. We look out for each other. His equipment comes in handy, even off the battlefield. Parts aren't cheap, but I keep them tuned and ready to fight.
That's Shiv's fucking hideout. She just go to all the planets.
It takes some getting used to. At least Iron Bear's Sentry mode lets me catch up on sleep. He might be 15 tons of walking tritanium, but Iron Bear, he's my best friend. And when your BFF's a BFG, you don't
That's the
need
start.
anyone else watching your back.
Why is Marlon on Pandora? It's fine. Just don't question it. But no, that was outside of we didn't know that they were dodgy plot. Like, we didn't know how dodgy those area choices were, but obviously they were just like done in places that they'd made for the game. But when that came out, that was brilliant. So yeah, no, they did a good job last time, but yeah, maybe it was just the Amaro one. Zane's not playable in it, but just okay. Think about it this way, Ryan. You get more character when a character is an NPC versus a playable character. It always happens. They just get to show. They get more dialogue. They get to show more personality. They just get a bigger chance of being an actual character when they're an NPC. So Zane, now being an NPC, we get more Zane. High likely to die. He's the gun salesman this time around. He won't die. But yes, being an NPC does increase death chance by 80,000%. The Zane response lines are they're so good. I love the one when Tanos gets kidnapped. He's just like, oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, I'm in trouble. God, I didn't think I'd actually like any of you people. He's just got the best dialogue for sure. Right, so this is a developer breakdown of the trailer we just watched, the gameplay one. I think it looks too much like emotes. You mean like the character model? Similar face shape. Response to Death Trap surviving with stealth in the DLC? Oh, I can't remember it, but yeah, yeah. Yes, boyo! He's great. Alright, let's watch this.
Vex is a siren in Borderlands 4. She's got spooky vibes and a spookier cat. Kind of the necromancer and ranger fantasy. I'm really excited for people to try her out. Vex is ultimately she's a siren, and she's a necromancer siren. She's all about creating disposable minions or creating spectral companions, or giving herself godlike warlock powers that she can blast her enemies. The kind of player that would enjoy Vex, if you're an action RPG player who specifically loves necromancer fantasies or ranger fantasies, it's got everything you ever need. She's actually the first siren that we've ever had to focus specifically also on kinetic damage. So if you particularly enjoy lifesteal and draining your enemy's health for lots and lots of power,
I swear, if they do not confirm that Vex's powers is Tyrene's, I'm gonna flip a table. I'm just gonna flip a table. Please just call it. We're on the blood path now. Hey Scorch, how you doing? Zane calls pretty boyo. It's Commander Steel's powers. I swear to God.
you'll have a good time. Vex's Phase Familiar skill has a spectral cat named Trouble join.
You can teleport it around, it just deals damage. That's cool as fuck. It does a lot of damage, Jesus. 40,000. Count the skill points they have. We're level 50. Is it not just 49?
Familiar skill has...
Do I have to count these? Is it not just... Yeah, 23, 26, 45. That's weird. Devs are playing around with it. Yeah. $101 skill points. That'd be so weird, because they've gone with the whole, like... we want every build to be like... We want every character to have completely different builds. So we want, like, if there's two Vexes in the lobby, that they're, like, built completely differently. If we've got over 100 fucking skill points, that won't happen. I could fill every single one. Maybe it... No, that doesn't make any sense either. Yeah. Yeah, it completely defeats the purpose of that whole thing. So, if there is a lot of skill points available. So, hopefully this is just a dev fucking about, rather than the actual amount of skill points that you get. I think it's just dev testing. I hope it's just dev testing. I'd much rather it be 49 skill points, not double, over double. They have SDUs based on like finding them. So they could do the same with skill points, but no. We limited skill points after launch also. Yeah, Benny. Having 100 plus skill points just doesn't seem to make any sense in terms of what they into what they've been saying about the direction they're taking the game. Somebody asked Graham, he would know. He bloody well should know. I'd be a bit concerned if he didn't. If you knew how to do math, we can reverse engineer the level scaling. The problem is it's quite difficult because you don't... With every shot that you look, you don't know if they've got max health boost or not. If you try and run it. If you go through Tribble, but then again, like, you don't know if they've got bonuses from skill tree, if they've got bonuses from gear. You need to be able to see everything. We don't know what specializations are. If there's like a trouble damage specialization, we like. Purposes of the showcase? Yeah, I'd hope so.
Spectral cat.
Don't wait for bonuses? Yeah, they're a bit inconsistent at that. $18 at 5, $10.98 at 50. I mean... Could work that one out with some trial and error.
In Trouble, join her, who's near and dear to my heart. And when you activate the action skill, you can teleport him around the battlefield and make him into Big Trouble.
You've got stuff that lets Trouble blink to targets, have better crit chance. You're giving Trouble the ability...
Crit chance?
Through one of the augments to cause crit damage on...
Now, what's that of? We've played this game before, Gearbox. 20% crit chance. Now, is that just 20%, or is that 20% of a base? 5 default, 6 with a talent. See, that would be the Wonderlands way of doing it.
On any location. We also have augments that like soak a bunch of incoming damage while still dishing it out to enemies as well.
This is the one I'm interested
His
in.
incarnate skill kind of turns her into just a weapon of mass destruction. She literally explodes at the beginning, gets a sweet pair of spectral wings, and a soul orb that she can use to Eldritch Blast her enemies. And the more that you deal damage to enemies, the faster it comes back, which makes quite a satisfying loop.
Fire off things like the Geist Wave, an energy wave that deals damage to enemies. You have stuff that buffs up your survivability. You've got things like Lifesteal. You reduce the cooldown on your rep kits so that you can really stay in the fight a lot longer.
Ooh, cooldown rep kits through that. Incarnate might be my playstyle for Vex. Everything I hear about Incarnate is just like, give me it. Spectral winds that you'll never see. I don't care. Other people can see it and I'll look cool as fuck.
Orb that will hover around and cause extra damage to enemies nearby. All these are various options that you could pick within that tree.
The fourth seal.
Vex's last skill, Dead Ringer, you either get to summon a Spectre or a Reaper, where the The Spectres are clones of yourself that don't move, but they use long-range weaponry to kind of just do as much damage as possible. But the Reapers have giant scythes, they attack people in melee, and they actually taunt near enemies. So you kind of have this interesting choice between, do I want to taunt my enemies and play more defensively, or do I put down a bunch of
I think the rep kits will be really good.
Battlefield?
The fourth seal is something that focuses around minions. This is personally a favorite of mine. I've always loved games that let me do little minion builds. I'm very much the kind of person that plays a necromancer in the games that let me.
Time to break out the big side.
Cool. Spy TF2 reference?
You know, creating disposable minions or creating Vex's incarnate skill kind of turns her into just a weapon of mass destruction. She literally explodes at the beginning, gets a sweet pair.
Yeah, that's a very pretty skybox.
Explodes.
I think these augments will change the way the soul works.
Sweet pair.
Hey B, how you doing? I think rep kit spam for Vex could be fun. Yeah, there's some very powerful rep kits as well, not just defensively but offensively as well. So, yeah, should be good. Should be good. Tired AF. Oh dear. Actually, that's since we're not watching. A little bit of background sound. Alright, I've not looked at the skills at all yet. What if I told you Vex does Monkey Do, but it's based on current health after using a rep kit? What's Monkey Do again? What does Monkey do again? Converts elemental damage to kinetic. Based on current health after... I wonder if there's a rep kit that drains health. Right, phase familiar. Converting all action skill and melee damage into that type. Melee damage as well. Alright, these trees are wild. Jesus. So in tier 1 we've got kill skill restore a percentage of missing action skill duration. Missing action skill duration restored 4%. That's quite cool. An interesting way to go about it. So that's very good. That's only tier 1 as well. That might just be a staple for action skill builds, to be honest. Bonus kinetic damage weapons while her action skill's active. Don't use the word bonus. Well, the point was, Skirk, is that if you were to make a build like old games, sure. However, the entire point of the expanded trees is that this is their words, they wanted builds to be, you know, more different from each other. If you had two Vexes in a lobby, they wanted them to be drastically different. Whereas most current, in previous Borderlands games, most builds were kind of the same with a little bit of deviation. So going 100 skill points would just be scaling up the skill trees, and it's still playing out the same as the older games, where you got the majority of the available skills. Whereas with a limited amount of skill points, with these expanded trees, you'd basically be choosing one. So I could go all in on Phase Familiar here, play with another Vex who's gone all in on Incarnate, and we are totally different specs and playstyles, despite being the same character. That's the point. So it'd be weird if it's 101 skill points. Yeah, the reason why bonus is an annoying word here is in Borderlands 3, whenever they use the word bonus, it's a bonus element. So them using bonus here is like, is this a bonus element or is this a damage multiplier? I'll see. Increased action skill damage the higher her health. Cool. Vex and her minions gain increased movement speed. 5% movement speed at tier 1, 3-pointer. That's very nice. That's a good opening, especially on an open world game. This gives us an augment. Doesn't take a skill point. Command. Press and hold F to command Trouble to explode himself, dealing ordnance damage to all nearby enemies and restoring health of X. So if you have this action skill... Okay, let me understand this right. If you have the action skill selected, you are always joined by Trouble. Active or not. You just simply have Trouble there, like Flag. And then activating it powers it up, kind of like Gamma Burst. Is that how it works? That just Trouble is always there? Hey, kitty, good to see you. Hiya, hiya. Right, Trouble is right, okay. Yeah, because that makes sense here. Because then, if Phase Familiar is active, it sacrifices 33% of his maximum health capacity instead. That's a really weird way of wording it, but I suppose that makes sense. Lowers its maximum health, rather than just hurting it. You don't know what a capstone is? At this point you're too afraid to ask? Well, too bad, I'm telling you anyway. A capstone is the one that's on the end of a tree. So, unsealed, double trouble, and triple bubble. So if you look at here, we've got our action skill, an action skill augment, and then an action skill capstone, which is a triangle. So it's going to be these triangles. So on this tree, we have one action skill, Base Familiar. We have 5 augments dotted throughout the tree, and 3 capstones, one at the end of each tree. Or branch, I should say. Minion health regen skills. Well, Joe, that's why the wording's important. It's not 33% of your health that you can then recover. It's 33% of your health capacity. So the more you spam this, the less health Trouble is going to get. So if you spam it, Trouble's maximum health is going to be axed, and it's just going to die in one shot. It's specifically targeting the amount that you have access to, not just what you have currently. Which, that is a clever way of balancing it. Wow, Gearbox, you're shocking me. The other one is Blink Strike. Blink Strike the target dealing damage. Blink Strike's also always critical hit on enemies below. See, that's cool. That's a finisher. That's cool. Like that one. Grave Command, Kill Skill. Restore a percentage of Trouble's action. Command skill cooldown. And respawn cooldown. Command skill cooldown. So is that just like the teleport thing? Oh, so that'd be our augment. Right, okay. So Blink Strike, Violent Outbursts, etc. Gain an Overshield. Overshield, I guess that's just like a shield on top of our shield. Okay. I don't think we've had Overshields before, have we? Max health? I mean, yeah, it's the same thing. Like, if it's axing your maximum health, that means eventually the maximum health is going to be so low that it's going to get one shot. It's not something that you can just recover. It doesn't matter if it's maximum health capacity or maximum health. It's just not current health. Overshields are new. They take damage before your shield, and there's some synergies with it further down the tree with certain guns. Yeah, cool. I figured. Have overshield active. Blah de blah de blah. And Vex minions gain increased maximum health capacity, and Vex gains increased gun damage for a duration after commanding trouble. 5% for 8 seconds. See, you would think that this is a good pairing for Violent Outburst, but I don't think it... I mean, it helps keep trouble alive from enemy fire, but it's not going to give you any more Violent Outburst activations, really. Because you use this to increase your trouble health from, say, 100 to 125. If you take off 33%, it's just going to scale up, so... Vex's kill skills gain increased effectiveness. 6% a point. That number doesn't change the more points we put in. But 30%, that's quite a lot. Increase melee damage and ordnance damage. While Vex is an overshield, we gain health regeneration, 3%. Gain critical hit damage, 3% per point. That's pretty poor. I mean, it's something, and maybe crit bonuses just aren't as big in this game. But 3% per point is traditionally quite poor. State values, yeah, of course, it's all moving around. Alright, we've got our final 3 augments. Trouble Now's taunts enemies, very good. We can command to do a charge, dealing melee damage in an area on impact, creating a singularity. That's cool as fuck. Note how you cannot access the higher tiers of the lower trees until you invest in them. What do you mean? This is all just linear so far, is it not? Yeah, I can just jump over here. Is this not just how it... I mean, okay, yeah, I'm here, so I can't go to there, like, but that's kind of how I expected it to work. 10 seconds of singularity? That is 10 seconds of singularity. Cooldown 45, we can improve that. 21. The base tree doesn't affect the specialization trees. I have no idea what you mean by that sentence. Vorpal Fang. Trouble gains a chance to critical hit with all attacks. Summon phase daggers overhead that fire at nearby enemies, dealing melee damage on impact. So you get 5 daggers, each dealing 23. And they've got 15 seconds to fire off. To enter a beast mode, becoming immune to damage, increase attack speed and movement speed. And if you get a kill, it extends its duration. Mr. Beast build, I swear to God. It's only 10 seconds, but yeah, you can keep that rolling. Unfortunately, it doesn't say by how much. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean, Skoke, yeah. Right, I think out of those, I think Blink Strike or Nexus. I mean, both of those are charging an enemy, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think Hex's Nexus, depending on how Singularity works in this game. I think Hex's Nexus is my favorite there, though Beast Mode is fun. Attune Kill Skill. While Vex is attuned to Cryo, killing an enemy restores ammo and ordnance cooldown. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. 6 seconds. Ooh, that's quite good. So even if you're not using a cryo gun, you can swap to a cryo gun, swap away from a cryo gun, and just do that every 6 seconds. I wonder how much of the weapon you need equipped. If you could just do a swap, or if you need to wait for the weapon to fully equip for it to change your attunement. Wonder how responsive that is. Ammo restoration 4%. Is that just 4% total ammo, mag ammo a second? Because if so, that's really fast. That's like an entire Mose. That's more than a Mose. Mose is 5 and 10. That's just more than a Mose. The cooldowns happen when action skills start or end. That's important, which we'll have to probably wait till hands-on testing. And importantly, if you cool down your skill while it's active, can you just reactivate it instantly? So like you could do that with Salvador. In Borderlands 2, if you got a level up bonus whilst your action skill was out, you could just reactivate it. But other games you can't. 3 you can't, so we'll have to see how that works. I hope that works with Ordnance. Because we could use a cryo ordnance and then just have 100% uptime if we kill enough. On kill? Ah, yeah, on kill. That's fair. It's not per second, of course. That's really nice though, especially if you get like a big machine gun. On ordnance activation, we gain an overshield and fire rate, so that'd be good for miniguns. Or just grenades. %, so you might want to just prioritize shield capacity. If overshield 5% means 5% of your current shield again, if that's how the actual value of overshield meat is done, then yeah. Minigun Ordnance with Cryotune and the skill that lets it activate kill skills and crit. Don't think I've seen that one yet, but... Hey, you know, wrong game. There's no such thing as wrong game. You and a friend have been discussing Borderlands 3 Mara building, says conflicts is bad and the effect can apply to you. Is this true? You have 5 in your build with a class mod. Sure, go lower. Yes, but don't worry about it. Basically, it's not something. It's not something to go for. Definitely don't spec it. to get, like, there's other skills that are better to get down the tree, notably wildfire, but it's not the end of the world. The times where it'll apply to you is breaking iridian crystals. So when you kill an anointed enemy and you break their like crystallized corpse, that's when it will hit you. It's a minor inconvenience. Your friend isn't wrong, but don't like, oh, I need to change my class mod. Oh, I need to change this and avoid it. It's not that big a deal. What's my opinion on Vex? When I first saw it, I was thinking they ran out of ideas and gave her pet and clones and feel like they come up with something different. I mean, these trees, there's so much to them. There's so many different things. Like, when they're, what, 6, 12, 6, 20, 24, soon to be 26 characters deep, plus another 7 from Wonderlands, like, there's gonna be some overlap in terms of ideas. Like, there's only so much you can do. And as long as they, even if they use similar ideas, as long as they take them in interesting directions, it's fine. I mean, I'm only halfway through her first tree. I've not looked at the skills before. This is all completely new to me. And I am right at the beginning, so I don't have a fully formed opinion on Vex as a whole yet, but she seems pretty fun. I mean, very similar, so Face Familiars feels very similar to Gamma Burst, but it does feel more fleshed out than Gamma Burst did. There's already more toys to play with here, more ideas. It's just an evolution on, which is good. Where's Onslaught? Yeah, this is like, so like Gamma Burst was the groundwork, and this is just like it taken to an actual fleshed out idea. Gains increased elemental damage. Double this effect when action skill is active. 4% per point, 8% per point. That's fucking good. That's high value, is that? That's really high value. Minion gains critical hit. Yeah. Attune skill. While we're attuned to shock, Vex gains increased movement speed and gun damage while moving. 4% per point. 6% per point. 30% gun damage. We have 15 movement speed there. Another 20. That's 35% movement speed on this tree. That is fast. And for this to be the pet tree as well, where you might think it's okay to be a bit more grounded and staying back whilst your pets go forward. 35% movement speed in tree is a lot. And it's only tier 1 of this branch as well, so that's easy to get to. Even if you go for another capstone. Gain bonus shock damage. 5% per stack. Again, they're using the word bonus. And here, it makes me think bonus element. Because otherwise, I'd be limited to using a shock weapon to gain that. I need to play. So I can test this. 20% total, that's like 5%, no, 25. 5% per point's pretty decent. Oh, match stacks 3, ooh. Ooh, that gets very impactful then. Is bonus element. Seems like a bonus element too. Yeah, I mean, that's how it works in Borderlands 3. They were quite consistent on that as well, actually. Whenever they said the word bonus, it was a bonus element. Even for the non-elemental badass. When you had bonus damage versus badasses and bosses, even that was a bonus element, because they said the word bonus. So, yeah, these are bonus elements, because that one reads like a bonus element. When Vex deals gun damage, there is a chance to spawn a Spark Remnant that will seek out a nearby enemy and explode. What? Damage. 60% of gun damage dealt. Can this does this work on single target? That is the question. Does that work on single target? No, it's not like Remnant at all. What you're looking at here... What you're looking at here is indiscriminate. That's what you're looking at here. But it's also a bit more like short fuse. It's indiscriminate and short fuse is what that is. So as the skill, it's short fuse, but it works like indiscriminate. But it does have a 2-second cooldown, so that's not actually that bonkers, but that is still quite bonkers. If that doesn't work with single target damage, do you want to know what boss one-shots on Vex will look like? You'll find the nearest, like, throwaway second wind ad, nuke it with a, ballistic missile, and spawn this little shock minion that'll rush into the boss, killing it on impact. Because that'll hit harder than, Is that or Remnant's? Yeah, you'll use it like Remnant, but it'll be on hit. But you'll be throwing enough in to kill the thing, poor thing anyway. It's a percentage chance, we'll have to see if it's actually random or if it's on a set seed. Kill skill, Vex and minions gain lifesteal. Lifesteal, plus 1.5% per stack. Well, that doesn't fucking matter, does it? 16 seconds? Huh? When Vex uses a rep kit, Vex and her minions gain bonus damage with weapons and melee damage for a duration. See, they've used the word bonus here, but that doesn't look like a bonus element to me. So this is just confusing me. Black Baron, I'll get there. You don't need to read the skills before I get there, thank you. Hey Leo, how you doing? Hope you're doing well, Corn. Hello, hello. Storm Blessed. Vex gains increased shock damage and shock status effect. Cool. Oh, these are the bottom with no skill points required. These triangles, so these are capstones. So basically, capstones in previous games were just like the final skill. Things like dominance, power inside, forceful expression, avatar, those kind of things. In this game, they're like augments, but like more. So we've got our action skill, we have an augment slot, then we have a capstone slot. In the tree, we have one action skill at the top, we have a bunch of augments throughout the tree, and at the end of each small branch, we have one capstone that we have to pick. So this one is unsealed. Trouble will mark the current target, causing them to take increased gun damage from Vex. When a marked target is killed, Trouble gains a stack of unsealed for a duration, granting health regeneration and increased damage. While Phase Familiar is active, unsealed effects are doubled. 50%. And then once they die, we gain 1% health regen and 10% damage. That's big. Looks like they've got big numbers. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of big numbers because it means that the gap between an unoptimized build and an optimized build will be huge. And that has various repercussions. I'd much rather that gap be smaller. No skill. Yeah. So I'll say I want Blink Strike and I want Unsealed. They're just there now. They're here on the right hand side, left hand side. If you remember in Borderlands 3, you've got like augments down the tree. You can just select them once you've unlocked that tier. You don't even have to put points in that tier. Just you just unlock them. You put them in like an augment. Just see it as augment 1, augment 2. Right, middle path. So this is the one with elemental damage and critical hit chance. Vex and her minions gaining critical hit damage to enemies below 66.6% HP. I like it. 7% per point at 2/3 of the enemy's health, but not one shot. That's alright. That's an alright skill. Vex and her minions gain increased damage dealt, but Vex gain increased damage taken for a duration. Stacks are lost when Vex dodges or enters fight for your life. Oh, that's cool. Hey Paradox, thank you so much for the 34 months, much appreciated. Almost 3 years, holy moly. Happy birthday. No, happy birthday. Yeah, it's just augment slot A, augment slot B. That's all it is. A dodge is what they're calling the directional dash. Yeah. So, 5 points. That's going to be 10 stacks. That's going to be a big damage increase. But you are going to be pretty glass for sure. That's cool, is that? But you can't use dodge to stay alive. Well, you can. You just lose your stacks. Stack duration is 40 seconds. So this is going to play out kind of akin to Phalanx Doctrine. Now, we know Phalanx Doctrine's good, but it was never really used in optimal endgame play. So this looks nuts, but I don't think it's broken. Whenever Vex and her minions get a critical hit, there is a chance to restore action skill cooldown, 20%, 4 seconds, flat amount, but it's got a 2-second cooldown. So this is good. They've learned from head count. 2 seconds is a bit excessive, but I get it. I'm glad that they've listed internal cooldowns. Like, Short Fuse had an internal cooldown, we didn't know. Leave No Trace had an internal cooldown, we did know because they were quite public about that one. Head count, they must have had an internal cooldown for. And then we've got a 1 out of 1, not a capstone, even though it's placed like a capstone. Trouble gains the ability to Tail Whip, dealing damage in an area over 2 hits. Kapow, kapow, damage per hit, 47. So it's 100 damage, which, I mean, that's as good as an augment. That augment's 129, that augment's 185, that one's 86. That one's 23 times 5. So just 94 damage. Just on a repeating 12-second cooldown. That's really good. In an area too, when that one's got a cooldown of 35 seconds. That one's got a cooldown of 45 seconds. That one doesn't have a cooldown but has other issues. Cooldown 25. That's really good, is that? For a 1-pointer. Providing Trouble's damage scales well, that's good. As for the capstone, now gains a chance to create an illusion near the enemy when dealing damage. Critical hits have double that chance. Illusions become badasses whilst Phase Familiar is active. 15% per crit, lasts for 8 seconds. Illusion damage multiplier. Is this just more troubles that attack enemies? That's cool as fuck. They take increased damage. You can get up to 3 of them. Can I also explode the illusions? No, Joe. That's really good, is that? Yeah, these capstones look really good. This is definitely the tree if you want Trouble to be doing damage. What's cool is you don't have to invest in either of the other branches to get their augments, as long as you have the base trunk done. Right, left side. Sorry, I have gone left to right here. So this is the cryo overshield on ordnance activations. This is the cryo ordnance one. Kill skill. Killing an enemy with ordnance or an action skill will spawn an explosive remnant that deals cryo ordnance damage to nearby enemies. Explosive remnant gains increased damage based on overkill damage. So that's very much like Remnant. Yeah, okay. But it does have a 6-second cooldown. Now, I believe that Remnant is very overrated. So having a 6-second cooldown, thank you, Gearbox. Also, I'm currently doing a thing. I'm recording a bunch of content with a bunch of different weapons, and fuck me, Remnant is annoying. I need to unspec it, but I keep being lazy, and I'm nearly finished. And I never unspec Remnant. So annoying. Make it a percentage increase and not a flat damage. Increase damage based on overkill damage. Overkill bonus damage plus 10. Yeah, that's a bit weird. We'll have to see how that one plays out. Vex gains increased ordnance damage. A percentage of Vex's ordnance damage increases minion damage. There we go. Ordnance being explosive damage. Ordnance is a grenade damage. So in Borderlands 4, we're going to have grenades that go in our grenade slot, our ordnance slot, and that's going to get ordnance damage. But the grenades also have rocket launchers in that same slot. So we can either have a grenade on a cooldown, or we can have a rocket launcher on a cooldown, or a minigun on a cooldown. That's what ordnance is. And Vex has got some stuff to transfer here. So ordnance damage plus 6% per point, that's very nice for value. And then 10% of that goes into our minion as well. So that's very good. Vex and her minions gain increased maximum overshield capacity and overshield duration. And we gain increased damage dealt whilst we have an overshield. Cool, very simple. 10% per point as well. That looks very good as well. That just looks like a very good skill. This is just a solid tree for just overall DPS. Dead wire. Infusion and yeah. So can I have something a bit like that? It's kind of what the tree's looking like so far. In melee weapons like Wonderlands? No. Right, our final skill, Vex gains increased cryo damage. Okay, that's the exact same as the shock one over here. And our capstone is Trouble Bubble. Trouble now gains an overshield whenever he deals damage. Oh, well that's just nuts. While Phase Familiar is active, Trouble gains an elemental aura dealing ordnance damage over time to nearby enemies. Overshield gained 80% of damage dealt. What? $12 aura damage a second. That's really good. 12 a second? That's 90 every 12 seconds, so that's I mean, it's a capstone versus a skill, but that's better than Tail Whip. Overshield gain 80% of damage dealt. That's not... Now I have questions about the damage model of Borderlands 4, because that is not... If that's capped, that's just going to fill its entire health bar in one hit. Damage dealt. Player damage scales so much faster than player health. Is Trouble a permanent pet? Like it's very much like Gamma Burst. It's a permanent pet, but upon activating the action skill associated with it, it powers up. Not just infinite? Right, okay, Joe. But if it's capped to like an amount that's a normal amount for a player's health, so in Borderlands 3, we'll have around 100,000 total hit points between our health and shield. 100,000. In terms of like a badass enemy, they'll have 100 million. 1,000 times more. Our damage is 1,000 times more than the enemy damage. Assuming same time to kill both ways, which in a lot of cases it is. So, this means here that Trouble will kill an enemy, hit overshield cap, or sorry, hit an enemy, hit overshield cap, and every time they hit an enemy, it's overshield cap. Now, the gap isn't going to be as crazy as in Borderlands 3, because in Borderlands 3 we have Mayhem 10 to deal with, but the point stands, player damage scales a lot faster than player health. Because no matter which way you goes about it, like, our damage is scaling faster than enemy damage is. So, having that gained based off of damage dealt is really bizarre. That'll either make Trouble, well, it'll probably just make Trouble invincible at max level, basically. It might bounce to level 50, but beyond that, yeah. That's just gonna run away off into the distance unless they've put something in place. Which again makes me have questions about the damage model of Borderlands 4. If they've gone with a completely different damage model, then fine. But under how damage works in every other Lands game, that will just make Trouble invincible outside of one-shots. If Trouble is able to attack, Trouble will not die. Unless the total capacity of Overshield is just so low that enemies can punch through it. In which case, then... I can't have both of those, that's annoying. That's kinda looking like the build. Something kinda like that. I didn't look at these properly, but... Oh no, resets everything! Well, that's what my immediate instinct would have been. Eight seconds after commanding Trouble. That one's only got a 10-second cooldown, but duration. Yeah, when does that cooldown start? Is it when the duration ends, or is it immediate? That'd be important to know with Beast Mode. And then... max that skill out, max that. There we go. Something kind of like that is what I'd go for immediately without testing. So that gives me movement speed, damage, overshield source, cooldown to go with our Yowl and Bay. And then we've got fire rate, more damage to go with our overshields and cryo. We can swap that as well. We can either drop the cryo and go with shock, or we can drop the shock and go with cryo. So that one's easy change depending on which one you want. And we've got increased elemental damage, and then yeah, so that would be my spec here for phase familiar. And we can change what we're cooking. Our first phase familiar. I'm not sure if I can save this. Or like how to save this. It's a skill builder, it's max roll. At the top, you have 3 icons. Those are the skill trees. So we're in phase familiar right now. Yes, one is associated with an action skill. So phase familiar is this one here. It's joined by our minion Trouble. We're going to look at Incarnate and Deadringer next. But yeah, 65 months at tier 3. That's insane, Viper. Thank you very, very much. Cheers. Thank you, thank you. All right. Oh. I see. 2 months is a couple, 65's a crowd. Hey Dixon, is that... I mean, I'm not playing the game. Would this... I think I'm going to stay in the Borderlands 3 category today. But that's worth knowing, thank you. Definitely be level. Well, the point is, Ian, right? We need to not think about it in the context of previous Borderlands games. The point is that if you have, say, 2 Vexes in the lobby together, that they are going to play drastically different. So, normally, when a Borderlands game launches, you can max out one tree and get halfway down a second. That gives you 50% total coverage of the 3 trees available. And that's base. By the time you get to all the level caps, you end up having about 90% total coverage. Which means every build is basically the same. Here, they want to be less, because then, if I have a phase familiar Vex build and a Deadringer or an Incarnate build joins me, we're going to be very different. We've got 2 Vexes that are very different, that could potentially share 0 skills in common. And that is the point. So not only are you choosing the character, you're choosing which skill tree you want to invest in. No hard confirmation yet, Viper. There was a developer deep dive released today. We watched that earlier. And the they had a screenshot of a skill tree that had over 100 skill points spent. It was 101, I believe, skill points. Which would give us 2 complete trees, plus dipping into the 3rd tree, which is very excessive. 2 complete as in, like, to capstone. Yeah, so right here I've got, what, 18 flex points that I could put into a 2nd tree or overspec this tree. So this is an overspec tree. Probably a dev build, hopefully a dev build. Right, let's reset that. Have a look at Deadringer. Incarnate's the one I'm looking forward to most, so I'm going to save Incarnate to last. Sanguine Fiends. Vex and her minions regenerate health over time. Okay, so hang on. Deadringer. There we go. Let's look at this first. Charge skill 3. Spawn a phase clone minion, choosing a Spectre or a Reaper. Phase clones lose an ever-increasing amount of health per second, and their damage type maxes Vex's currently attuned weapon when spawned. Important. When spawned. No, I like the 49 because, again, it means if you've got multiple of the same character, they're going to be wildly different. That is a good thing. That is good. When spawned is large, yes. That means you could swap to like a fire gun or a shock gun, spawn it, and then swap to the opposite. And that way you've got multiple element coverage. Well, they were level 50 in the build-in. M1 to spawn a Reaper that taunts enemies and deals melee. M2 to spawn a Spectre that deals gun damage and cannot move. Reaper damage is 26, Spectre damage is 8 per shot. They lose 5% health per second, ever increasing. 4% health loss increase by... Okay, I see how that works. So that'll have a duration of like, what, 15-20 seconds? Provided they don't get hit. 70 for meme purposes. Or, upon hitting level 50, you gain a bonus skill point, and that way it syncs up. So you get 50 skill points for 50 levels. You'll have 60 skill points for 60 levels, and our final level cap will have 69 skill points for 69 levels. Kill skill. Vex and her minions regenerate health over time. Health regeneration plus 4%. That's really good. Would that just be 20% per... 20, it'd be 20% over, like, a certain amount of time, actually, I would expect. Which is still decent, but not as strong. Idle hands, increase reload speed based on the fullness of our health. Higher is better. I like it when it's higher, it's better. Missing HP, right? Well, Viper, it could just be 20% over a certain amount of time. It could be 20% health over 2 seconds, which would be 10% per second for 2 seconds. They've done that before. Reload speed, 12%. That's a lot for a tier 1. That's very good. That'd be a very nice skill to just pick immediately. Level 2, idle hands. That would actually make your gunplay feel so much better immediately. That's a very good skill. That's like a level 2 to 5 skill choice, is that. Even if you're not using Deadringer, that is a very good skill. Like, if you're doing gunplay, I think you just choose that. Vex and her minions gain increased gun damage, 3% per point. It's trash. Vex and her minions gain increased melee damage, maximum health capacity. Okay. I'm not sure if that applies to Trouble. Because it's minion damage. Vex and her minions gain increased melee damage and ordnance damage. Yeah, maybe. That might apply. Oh, and her minions gain. Yeah, okay. I meant Sanguine Fiends. Yeah. Well, so... Yesn't. Because Sanguine Fiends... Violent Outburst, sorry. It decreases your maximum health, not just the amount of health you have. You can't restore it. So if you've got 100 health and you're sacrificing 33% of it, you'll now only have 66 health. You can't go above 66. So even if you're regenerating, you can't go above 66. And then this will just get smaller and smaller, each activation, to the point where you'll just die from enemy damage. Kill skill, gain fire rate for a duration. 10 seconds, that's a healthy duration, 3 stacks. So 7.5, 21%, 5 points. Yeah, that's an okay skill. Not amazing, but decent. We gain access to our first 2 augments. Spectres gain the ability to use Ghast Blast, dealing gun damage to all nearby enemies on impact. They will use them on spawn and after every reload. Okay. So if we increase their fire rate, they're reloading more. We can increase their reload speed, they're reloading faster. So that's quite good. Spawning a Reaper. Is a Reaper different to a Spectre? Yes. Right, okay, so... I see. This is funnelsing... So this funnels us into always choosing one. So if our build uses the Spectres one, that means we're always spawning Spectres. Instead of spawning which one depends, or depending on the situation. It's kind of funneling us into a certain choice. Unless there's more open ones down here. Spawning a... Yeah. That was a hybrid augment in the lower trees. I mean, there's actually, yeah, if I... So this one has a bonus for both. That one doesn't. Yeah, that one doesn't do anything for Reapers. But that one has a bonus for both. So Reapers gain health regen. Spectres gain critical hit chance. Stackable. We can gain status effect damage 6%. That could be either really good or not good at all. Vex's melee attacks apply Cursed to hit enemy, making them take kinetic status effect damage at any time they take gun damage. Curse damage +1. No idea what that means, but... It's the Ripper from Borderlands 3, but... Again, that might be good. That's... No idea if that'll be good or not. But you need to put a point in that to access extra cursed. Cursed damage now triggers on minion melee damage, melee specifically, and deals increased damage when it's triggered by a critical hit. Any critical hit. So I can just shoot them in the face and do more. Okay, that seems like a must-have if you go with it. Blood Sacrifice. Kill skills are triggered whenever Vex's minions die. Joe, you seemed obsessed with blowing the dog up. There you go. See in red. You sick bastard. You think I didn't take that skill? Kill skill. Vex and minions deal increased damage. 2% per point, max stacks of 3. So 6% per point. 16 seconds is healthy. Kill skill, we gain increase. Yeah, there's a lot of kill skills here. A lot of good kill skills. Vex gains increased action skill cooldown rate. 3% per stack, 9% per point. It's better than Restless. 10 seconds. Well, only better than Restless if we're killing. A lot of these, there needs to be good enemy density for them to be good. Right, I'll just do the full tree left to right. So in terms of augments, we've got Wither. Spectres, they're the shooty ones. They cast Wither on an enemy when they spawn, dealing status effect damage over time and increasing damage taken for a duration. Killing a withered enemy allows Spectres to use Wither again. 30% damage taken. That's really good. That's really good. You can just cycle that. Just keep spawning a Wither. You got 45 seconds of... Let's keep spawning a Spectre. You've got 45 seconds of Wither on a boss. Or you could do 3 for 3 as well. Or 3 on 1. Depending on if this is like a charge or however this works. Attune kill skill. While Vex is attuned to corrosive, killing an enemy creates a haunting remnant minion for a duration that seeks out nearby enemies, dealing corrosive damage over time. Restore the remnant's duration if active. This is kind of like the Blightcaller capstone. 6 damage over time, 24 seconds, 4 seconds restored on kill, 60-second cooldown. Yeah. 60-second cooldown's cozy. I like that. I say that just because I don't like things being too strong on launch. Vex and minions, when Vex and minions apply status effect, apply another random status effect. 30% of the initial status effect. We're getting a bit dangerous here, game. We're getting a little bit dangerous. Is that alchemical agent or is that wildfire? That could be really good. Increase the status effect damage? Yeah. Which one was that again? Prismatic Ichor. Oh, yeah. So points make that one go up. That's good information to have. So it starts at 30, and then 5 out of 5 it might end up at like 55 or something. 50. It's 4%. 30% a point? No, it'll probably start at 30, and then it'll go like 34, 38, 42, 46, 50. That would be my guess. Status effect damage gains a chance to critical hit. What? Whenever Vex dodges, he creates a spectre and becomes invisible. It's a 3-point skill, so that either increasing the duration seems a bit useless. So I wonder if that brings the cooldown down to like 180 or whatever. Or like 1.120, 2.90, 3.60. Makes cooldown shorter? Yeah. So still 1 minute cooldown for what is essentially deception without the damage bonus. Why is it called Gasterbait? Sam, whoever's response, why is it called Gasterbait? What? Man, that word sucks. Why is it called Gasterbait? He's allowed one of these, okay? Okay, fine. Hey guys, welcome to another video. Today I'm going to be sharing my Gasterbaiting strategies. Shot to go. When we swap our current gun, the new gun has its ammo partially restored. That's cool as fuck. No listed cooldown as well, which is spooky. Normally it says like 2-second cooldown. Maybe that's just a thing with this builder, but yeah, that's cool. We like that. That's really good fun. I'm about to gasp. I'm gasping. I'm gasping. It's ghastly bait for the enemy and nothing else. I've got ghastly bait instead. My ghast bait only lasts 8 seconds. It's the best I can do. Necrosis. Increased corrosive. Yeah, okay. That's exactly the same as Phase Familiar. And there's a fire one here as well. It's exactly the same. Can't wait to level up and so close to Gasterbait. Fuck's sake. our first capstone of the tree. Spectres gain a copy of Vex's currently equipped gun for 8 seconds. Only one Spectre can have a copied gun at a time, and spawning a new Spectre will remove the copied gun from the previous Spectre. Are we doing both Vex and Raph today? Because this is fun? Yeah, I mean, yeah. If we've got time, Jesus, I'm going a bit slower than this than I expected. I expected to be playing Zane and maybe Amara today, but like, there's a lot to go through. It's my turn with the Sandhawk. Yeah, that's really good as that. Middle branch, we have Hellish Harvest. Reapers gain the ability to use Hellish Harvest, dealing melee damage 3 times in a large area around themselves and regenerate health for each enemy hit. They will use Hellish Harvest on spawn and every 3rd time they melee attack. Wow. Wow, that's really good. 3 per hit, so that's 90 a go. Restoring 15% of damage per hit. In a large area, so it could hit multiple enemies at once. That's really good. We have our Incendiary attunement. We gain critical hit damage and status application chance. Whenever we deal gun damage and melee damage, we gain a stack of recurrence, which increases her minions' gun damage and melee damage. Stacks are lost if a new stack has not been granted for a duration. Ah. I like the wording there. Very clear. Clear wording. I like it. 50 stacks. 0.16 per point, so that'll be what? 5 is 50. 80? 0.8? 50, so 40% gun damage, 40% melee damage. Although, whenever we deal melee damage, we gain a stack. I feel like meleeing should be like 5 stacks. Because I'm not punching 50 times. I'm not... If I've punched 50 times, that fight better be over. When I could just dump a Monarch into somebody for 0.3 seconds. And you have to then keep it up for 5 seconds. Do you lose a stack every 5 seconds, or is it after 5 seconds it starts decreasing? I wonder how that works. Or do you just lose them all at once? Wait and see. Melee damage dealt by Vex or her minions have a chance to deal incendiary melee damage. 25% to deal 30% of initial damage dealt. We've got short fuse punching! Let's go! Short bruise of initial damage dealt. Welcome back, backdraft. Yeah, backdraft. Fusional melee. Okay. Power specs. Melee override. We now throw a phase dagger. We saw that in the trailer from an offhand that deals melee damage to enemies on hit. Phase daggers can crit. 8-second cooldown. Kill, reset on kill. Yes, 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 it's a finisher. Yes. That's cool as fuck. That is the thing from the trailer. Killed an enemy, which means you can do it again. Right, we have 2 capstone level skills. Burnt Offering, we gain increased... Yep, okay, it's that one. And we get Pincushion, so you need 1 point in Haruspecs in order to get this. Yeah, you can't take it without. Haruspecs now throws 5 daggers from both hands in a fan pattern. But killing an enemy only refunds 1/3 of its cooldown. Well, on an 8-second cooldown, that's, you know... Okay, that's alright. But that is 5xing your damage. That'd be good for, like, bosses. If Haruspecs deals decent, like, upfront damage, then you'll want that for bossing. And we have the Grim Reaper. Press and hold F to spawn a Grim Reaper that drains nearby enemies, dealing status effect damage over time and restoring health for every drained enemies. When an enemy dies while being drained, there is a chance a new Reaper will be spawned. Normal Reaper, I would imagine, not a Grim Reaper. Yeah, it would say Grim Reaper. A Reaper, okay. Reapers are the melee ones, right? Yes. 7 damage per second. See, Aura is 12 a second for Trouble Bubble. It restores health. 2-minute cooldown. Yeah, I mean, that's really, 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 really cool, but Trouble Bubbles just seems a bit better. Still not sure if you want to jump the 100 for this, Jazz. It's a lot of money. 6-second cooldown of 5x damage, yeah. As for the right-hand branch, Prismatic Weaponry. Vex and her Spectres deal bonus damage with gun critical hits. Bonus damage, okay, it's a bonus element, is a random elemental type that changes on reload, so Old Ridian, and is increased for each active attunement. 50% per active attunement. So you swap through all of the elements and then you shoot somebody in the face. That's how we do our one-shots. Yeah, absolutely, Data. Mouse wheel scroll moment. Yeah, it just depends if swapping to it's enough or if you have to wait for the weapon to be equipped. Which is a lot of the cases you do have to. There's a lot of annoyance in Borderlands 3. If you just swap to the weapon and then activate your action skill, it won't actually proc. You have to wait for the weapon to be fireable before the anoint will actually activate. Elemental I'm not seeing a lot of non-elemental stuff in here, I'm going to be honest. I mean, I've not hit Incarnate yet, which is going to be... Vex gains increased minion damage. Minion skills and command skills gain further increased damage. We don't have a command skill here, so that's... Oh, we have minion skills. Okay, oh yeah, I see. What if all the skills are in Incarnate? Yeah, okay, that seems fine. Spirit Bomb. Reapers gain increased health capacity and release a Spirit Bomb remnant when they die, dealing damage of their elemental type to nearby enemies. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Kaboom! I didn't read this, actually. Banshee's Wail. Reapers now use Banshee's Wail periodically, dealing damage to nearby enemies and granting overshield to nearby allies. Damage increases overshield, apply to overshield granted allies. Damage enemies deal reduced damage for a duration. Minus 50%, that's a lot. That's really good. That'd be good for buffer tanking. Spirit Bomb Grim Reaper. That'd be cool. You see you spawning a bunch of Grim Reapers throughout the fight. Now, this having a 2-minute cooldown, I don't think that needs to be a 33% chance to spawn a Grim Reaper. I think that should just spawn a Grim Reaper. It's on a 2-minute cooldown. Make it 100%. Two minutes is brutal. Well, the point is it's supposed to have a decent duration, so it might have actually decent uptime. Like, if that's got... Yeah. I'll see how that plays out. New ones on kill? Yeah, but it's a normal Reaper that's spawning. Unless it means it's spawning a new Grim Reaper. If it's just a normal Reaper, then just spawn one every kill. It'd be funny as fuck. Use action skill and room on a Malante and you ain't got it for Valks? Yeah. Yeah, it's rough for speedrunning. Fine for casual play. Like, 2 minutes is basically a decent encounter. So, like, that's fine for casual play, but yeah. Especially if the cooldown starts immediately. That's the important bit. It's Max Roll GG website, dudes, so it's community made, so might not be 100% accurate. Ancient Rites. Vex gains a stack of Ancient Rites for each for active minions every second, increasing minion damage. Max stack's 40 point... Okay, up to 40%. That's same as... There was another one. That one. That's also 40%. Stacks are lost after a duration with no minion active. That's 8 seconds, okay. Save the third to keep it going. And it's only 8 seconds. So you probably just want to summon them all and get that thing stacked up quickly. I mean, yeah, you could hold the third and make it last. Yeah. I don't know how spawning these works. I don't know if it's like on a charge system or what. Ancient Rites with Trouble. And just make sure Trouble doesn't die. Well, you can't do that with your Suicide Trouble. Death follows closer. I like that. Death follows close, and it's now death follows closer. Whenever Vex takes damage while at low health, spawn a Reaper. Oh, that's just cool. A charge base? Okay, cool. Well, that means you should be able, if you've got good enough cooldown, you should just be able to spawn all 3 off the bat. And stack it up quicker. I just hope you get a cooldown in time. Right, our capstone passive, Diner. Dead Ringer gains an additional charge. There we go. So what's the base charging? Yeah, charge skill 3, so this takes us to 4, which makes that stack quicker, which, yeah, cool, that's cool. Dark Pact. Vex can equip 2 augments. Ooh. And gains the ability to use Dark Pact. Press and hold F to fully restore health to all active clones, as well as granting increased movement speed and minion attack speed for a duration. Phase clones do not lose health over time while Dark Pact is active. Health loss is reset. 1 second. Sneeze? What are you doing? Okay, we're retreating, right. And health loss is reset when Dark Pact ends. This is nuts. And you get, like, that's nuts alone. And you get 2 thingies, so we can use Banshee's Wail and Hellish Harvest. Or Coven. The melee ones seem to have more toys. Yeah, 2 augments alone would be like... I mean, trading a capstone for an augment is probably not worth it, since capstones are stronger so far. So, if it was just the extra augment alone, that wouldn't be worth it. But it's like, yeah. That's really good, is that? So far, this one interests me less than the Phase Familiar Tree. The Phase Familiar Tree just seems to have a lot to buff up Vex herself. And there are good ones here, like Recurrence is very good, but Burnt Offering. The tree itself is just a little less interesting to me, but there is some fun stuff here for sure. 2 ones plus unkillable drones. "42-second cooldown with a 12-second duration" is cozy as well. Yeah, that's very good. Right. Incarnate. The one that I am looking forward to. Incarnate. Vex creates a phase explosion, dealing damage to nearby enemies and fully restoring her health. While active, Vex can use Eldritch Blast and gains increased movement speed. Eldritch Blast, press F to fire an Eldritch Blast from her offhand, dealing damage to nearby enemies on impact. Dealing gun damage reduces Eldritch Blast cooldown. Press and hold F to end Incarnate early, partially refunding cooldown. Initial explosion 151, Eldritch Splash damage 100. Eldritch Splash cooldown reduction 2.5. Movement speed 25, cooldown 55, duration 25. Yeah, that just seems good. Like that one. Those numbers are pretty healthy as well. We've got 4 tier 1 skills. Kill skill, restore rep kit cooldown by a percentage. Rep kit cooldown restored 7%. Seems good. Yeah, 21. It's on kill, but... I mean, that's kind of like Harbinger. Is it Harbinger? It's the one that gives you 20% of spell cooldown on something. Guns and Needles, I like that. Elder Splash doesn't come back, you just do gun damage when it comes back. That's pretty good, that's very good. If you've got, there's some good rep kit stuff in here, and I think rep kits will be very important. Gains increased splash damage, double its effect when action skill is active. 3.5% is pretty poor, but 7% is quite good. And depending on action skill uptime, that will probably end up being about 5.5–6% overall. While Vex is attuned to kinetic, she gains lifesteal and reload speed. Bruh. Brave Sights. Kill skill. Vex gains increased critical hit damage and weapon handling. 6% per point. But on 3 kills. Okay, that's alright. Very IPS coded. To avoid kinetic lifesteal stuff. I mean, you can skip this pretty healthfully. We've got good skills to get us past it, so. This unlocks our first 2 augments. Geist Wave. Instead of causing a phase explosion, Vex launches a Geist Wave, dealing ordnance damage to enemies it passes through. Each affected enemy takes increased damage for a duration. So it's a bit less damage, but they take more damage. So that'll overall probably be a bit better. It deals ordnance damage, but does it still get action skill damage as well? Does that just allow it to eat into another damage multiplier, or is it a replacer? I don't know, but... Close enough. Welcome back, Laid Bear. And the other one is Energy Vampire. Vex deals status effect damage to nearby enemies over time and grants overshield for each enemy affected. Wait, what? Is there a condition to this, or do we just simply do we have to be in our action skill? Do we have to do something, or do we just hurt people? Five every 0.5 seconds. That's nearly as good as Trouble Bubble, which is 6 every 0.5 seconds. Okay, it's 20% off, but like... Killing an enemy while Incarnate is active will grant a stack of Energy Vampire. Increasing... Okay. Right, so I think we need to kill an enemy, and we'll do 5 every 0.5 seconds. If we kill 5 enemies, we'll be doing 20... That's really high. That's really high. Even if you need to get a kill in your action skill to just get it rolling, that's a lot of damage. We gain overshield, 2 per enemy every 0.5 seconds. 10%, that's... So 50%, 25, will end up being like 37. 70, that's a lot of damage. This'll fuck, that'll fuck. I imagine it might be like Redsu or Ember's Blaze in Borderlands 3, Viper. That's what I'm thinking when I hear that. Fiendish Invigoration. When Vex uses a rep kit, she and her minions gain increased movement speed and fire rate. 10-second duration, 6% per point? That fucks. Right, you choose that every fucking time. I don't care what build you're doing. I do not care. You choose that. I don't give a shit what you're trying to do. Choose that every time. I don't care if you're doing a full phase familiar build. You are spending 10 skill points on this tree to get that skill. A rep kit's 4 kills. A rep kit cooldown's already pretty quick as well, Viper, so like... There's a ton of early movement speed in Red Tree as well. You've got 15% by level 4. 21% damage reduction as well, so like... You can grab that, then go to Dead Ringer, get a bunch of reload speed, and you're going to have a really just nice start. Low on damage, though. If you get an early splash weapon, that kind of fixes it, but... Grave Sustenance from Tier 1 Red. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. 20% per kill. Yeah, yeah. That's very good, is that? It's odd missing, but... Bloodletter. Gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply bleed, causing kinetic status effect damage over time for a duration. Bleed is affected by status application chance and is considered a status effect. It's non-elemental dot is what bleed is. 25% chance on a crit. So if you just shove a shotgun down somebody's throat, that bleeds them, right? That draws blood. Buckshot down throat is draws blood, yeah? Yeah. Damage is 9% of gun damage per second. How is that calculated? Is that of our gun damage bonus? Is that of our card damage? Is that of our the shotgun blast that we've inserted? Like, well, how is that calculated? That might be really dumb. 20 stacks. Yeah, stagecoach to the throat will cause bleeding. 20 stacks of it, one would hope. 20 stacks is 25%, so you're going to want 80 hits on average to max out your stacks. 4-second duration. You're looking at like Monarch levels to get max stacks out of that. Grave Implements. Vex and her minions gain increased gun damage for a duration. Kill skill 3% per stack, 9% per point. That's just a really good bonus. This tree's already looking really good. Scaled with points. 45%. 3% per point. It's more like 9 though, Viper. It's much better than some of the others that we've seen. Like that one, that's 3% per point. That one's it's like Interplanetary Stalker. It's 3 stacks. Let me meme. I'm not letting you meme because it involves throwing Interplanetary Stalker into the bus, and I won't let you do that. Yeah, that's a good skill, is that? 10 seconds, which is healthy enough. Channeling. Gain increased action skill duration and achievement duration. 4% per point. Very nice. Missable, potentially, how uptime ends up playing out. Gains increased kinetic damage and kinetic status effect damage, so that's going to improve bleed. That's very strong. Grave Power. Kill skills gain increase max stacks. Kill skill max stacks +1. Do you want achievement duration? Is there a reason not to have achievement duration? I mean, it's a thing that I wouldn't really care about. So I don't think I'd take the skill, because half the skill I don't care about, and the other half is a pretty poor percentage, so like... Might be awkward. We're Borderlands players, we don't swap weapons. Kill skill stacks is nuts, yeah. 3 points, plus 3 stacks, that's now doing 90%. presumably we can get 6 kills within 10 seconds, which, well, okay. Yeah, that I think is just, if you're picking up enough skills, I think you just take that. And I don't even think you need a lot of kill skills for that to be worth it. Gun damage gains critical hit chance against any parts of enemies. It's mega. And this puts us onto the branches. Left side, Radiant Attunement. See, this is why you might want Attunement Duration, Viper. Because Attunement Duration is 6 seconds. You'd want more of that, because it's splash damage and shield capacity. Shield capacity is whatever. That screams Purple Tree Capstone. But splash damage is nice. We've got splash damage up here as well. And we've got increased gun damage. The more full our shield is and gains damage reduction, the less full her health. Game, if you haven't put Deathless in this game, I don't know, like, what to tell you. Gearbox, Deathless better be here if we're going to have a skill like this. Now, it does scream Desperate Measures, which was a noob trap. And this will probably be a noob trap as well. 30% gun damage seems already dwarfed by Grave Implements, but, like, at least it's non-conditional. At least you just walk in and have it, as long as you keep your shield active. Iron Maiden. Phase Explosion and Eldritch Splash restore shields for each enemy hit and deal increased damage based on Vex's current shield. 15% of maximum shield capacity. Right. Okay. I get how that works. You're not taking Conjunction? Yeah, it looks like a bit of a noob trap. I mean, that will be what? That's pushing 75, if it's linear, that's pushing 75% damage reduction at 1 health. If you get a lot of shield capacity, that should make you pretty tanky. Like, if buffer tanking works in this game, which we don't know if it does or not yet, if buffer tanking works, that's a good skill if Deathless exists. If buffer tanking is not good in this game, shit here. I mean, it's going into the glass cannon mistake of Wonderlands. So many people went, oh, I don't want defensive stuff, I want to go more damage, and they made glass cannons, and they found bosses too difficult. We have to take those sacrifices to get things like Constitution, and suddenly you're face tanking Banshee. It might have to be something you do, if buffer tanking works in this game. If it doesn't, then yes, throw it out the window. Yeah, Ordnance Focus looks like a lot of fun, Wolfen. Nice one. Dreadlight. Whenever Vex deals gun damage, there is a chance to spawn a radioactive hazard dealing radiation damage over time. 6 per second, that's pretty weak. Presumably 25%. Alright, that's fine, actually. That's neat. That just gives you rad explosions, doesn't it? Literally, you can just do 1 point and get rad explosions. Occasionally, if you've got a bullet hose. Which you probably do if you're going incarnate. Restorative Tonic. Whenever Vex uses a rep kit, she gains shield regeneration for a duration. 12%. 4 seconds. Yeah, that's cool. Again, it's on the defensive front. You think that has a damage scales, but not the chance? You think it stays at 5? Okay. Full Moon. Vex gains increased action skill cooldown rate, ordnance cooldown rate, based on the fullness of her shield. Yeah, At least it's not as bad as Topped Off. At least it's not 100% shield equals 200% cooldown and 99% shield equals 0 cooldown. At least it's not that. It is still that playstyle, but at least it's not as ass. Don't know how full your shield's going to be is your problem here. It is quite deep in the tree. Now, Phase Familiar has a lot of, like, overshield stuff. I mean, Overprotective is only there. 20% on a kill? Yeah, it is quite deep down the tree as blast lights and getting over shield. But like, Viper, I've played most of my BL3 playing around topped off, so like, having a full shields, that's second nature. Havoc gains increased radiation. Okay, it's that skill. Desecration. Phase Explosion and Eldritch Blast create hazards, dealing damage over time for a duration. Eldritch Blast is now homing. If it hits an airborne enemy, it bursts after a delay, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Homing is scary, because homing is cool, but it could also just mean that the AI sucks and it goes off in the wrong direction and you go, where are you going? I didn't want you to go that way. So, hit or miss there. Hazards, elemental portals, probably. Middle tree. Witchy Trigger Finger. I like it. Dealing damage with Eldritch Blast or Phase Explosion will reload Vex's current gun and grant a stack of Witchy Trigger Finger, which increases gun damage for a duration. Stacks of Witchy Trigger Finger persist even after Incarnate ends. 15% per stack. 3 stacks. Stack duration's 15. Alright, nothing too exciting there. I'd probably go with Energy Vampire here, if Energy Vampire damage scales well. If not, then yeah, it's fine. We do have Shield Restoration. Iron Maiden might still be better, but that's good. Does it pull from reserves? It doesn't really matter, Joe. Dread's bad reload and pulls from reserve, but Dread's still going. So. Yeah, I mean, on activation, you'll basically get all your stacks immediately for 15 seconds. So yeah, that's good. You put this with Grave Implements. Conjunction basically has no use. Like, Grave Implements, Grave Power, you've got no reason to... Overspecking this top bit does not help you get further down the tree. Annoying, but yeah. That's good. Drink Full. Whenever we deal gun damage, we gain a stack of Drink Full, increasing fire rate. Stacks of Drink Full are lost if a new stack has not been gained for a duration. That's really good. That's 0.6% per stack, 60 stacks. So you're looking at like, what, 30? 30% fire rate? You can get that and also get recurrence. That's really good. That's really good. Vex's skill damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. 2%? 5? Oh, 10, sorry. At 5 points. That seems a bit shit. Vex gains increased magazine size and weapon switch speed to double its effect while action skill is active. 8% per point and 11% swap speed per point is just high value. For those bonuses, that's just a good skill. We like that. Yeah, I like Face Pocket as well. Mortal Teller. Chance to trigger kill skills when critical hitting enemies. I think for bossing, depending on how available ads are, if it's like Borderlands 2 availability, that's going to be mandatory. If it's Borderlands 3 availability, or you're going for speed kills, then you could probably just like avoid that. Or if not, if you're going for speed kills, sorry. You could probably just avoid that. Speed kills or low availability, you'll want it. Yeah, it's necessary or a waste. But it doesn't matter how available something is. This has got a 10-second duration and up to 6 stacks. I'm not killing 6 enemies every 10 seconds during a boss fight. What I am doing, however, is shooting the boss in the face. So if this is increasing my Grave Implement's uptime... Well, the problem is so far I've only got 1 kill skill. So I'm still unsure on Grave Power, but... Yeah. Yeah, I still only have 1 kill skill. I mean, this is a kill skill. What does it do? Vex and her minions gain elemental damage for a duration. Elemental damage, 0.8 per stack. 420, okay. 10 stacks, 20 seconds, kill skill. But it's, yeah, that would only go to 13 with Grave Power, which isn't as impactful. Still quite a lot though, you know, that with Mortal Terror, I could see this coming together. Quite large. If you've got Grave Power, yeah. There are a lot of skills that are right next to each other that you want. But that's the great thing about the skill point scarcity, is you've got so many loadouts you can do. Yeah, maxing out an entire tree is just a very valid thing. But there's plenty of reasons to dip into other trees. You know, going for early on health regen and overshield, or grabbing, you know, your reload speed and fire rate. Because Grave Assault here, that's a kill skill. 3 stacks, I could take it to 6. That's fire rate. That's really powerful. Strike me down! Oh. I haven't even read the skill yet. And I've just seen the icon, where it is in the tree, and the name. Noob trap. If this phase explosion didn't do the damage of Incarnate's phase explosion, even then, 2-minute cooldown. I'm gonna have a build where this is unlocked, over-spec'd, and I'm not going to choose this. If Phase Explosion re-entered you into the action skill, that'd be so fucking good. Yeah, this is like a... Depending on what survivability's feeling like at the end of this build, you could probably just skip this. You'll have it unlocked as a 1-pointer, but you could seriously just skip it. Although, especially if we are overspec'd, which we probably are, I think you could sacrifice 8% mag size and 11% reload speed just to have it. I think that is a trade you could do. It would probably be overall worse, but that's a trade you could do. Doing pretty good, Hex. How are you? This is going to take the entire stream to get through Rafa as well, Jesus Christ. Yeah, middle tree overspec here is like just... I'll probably dip Dead Ringer for fire rate and Phase Familiar for health for action skill cooldown, but like... I'll be using rep kits for sustain, yeah. I think overspec middle with a Dead Ringer 10-point dip and a Phase Familiar for a 5-point dip. Maybe 8 points for some movement speed. But there's a lot of movement speed here already. Our capstone, Vibe Check. Eldritch Blast is now a charge skill, 3, Activating Eldritch Blast consumes all charges to ricochet on hitting an enemy for each charge consumed. Eldritch Blast cooldown from gun damage is doubled. You see, you start and you go, yeah, that's pretty good. And then you just had to add that last line in. You just had to go and add that in the end. You just had to go and add that one there. Yeah, I mean, they've already planned that there will be post-level with skill points. We already know that 49 will not be how this game ends. I will get more. Just not so many that we end up filling 90% of the tree coverage, which is what's happened in the past. Yeah, that's really good. Right-hand tree, Grave Vitality, Vex gains, it's a kill skill, Vex gains increased maximum health and health regeneration. 10 stacks, so not as great with Grave Power. Still good with Mortal Terror. 0.5% per stack. That's pretty weak. But we'll be better with Mortal Terror. I think if we have a Monarch in this game, that's what it comes down to. If we have a Monarch in this game, it's bonkers. No, they don't hex, annoyingly. Grave Harvest, kill skill. This is an augment. Killing an enemy while Incarnate is active will spawn a Soul Orb that deals status damage over time to enemies near for a duration. Detonate Soul Orb at range by pressing E, dealing ordnance damage to nearby enemies. Picking up a Soul Orb will restore health and action skill duration. Does this have a cooldown? 20% extra skill duration restored. That seems like our mandatory. Yeah, I think that's our best augment. Unless the damage from Energy Vampire is really good. We've got a lot of gun damage. We probably don't need Witchy. That might be our augment of choice. Grave Harvest means you don't need fight on the Face Familiar tree. Well, Face Familiar is cooldown. Oh no, yeah, it is duration. But having both would be really cozy. For mobbing. I mean, why would it just be for mobbing, okay? Picture this. Grave Sustenance, it's a kill skill. Grave Harvest, it's a kill skill. Our boss is a target with a critical hit spot. You're shooting the boss. No, I haven't hexed this, and I'm just about to finish Vex. Vex gains increased skill damage, 6% per point. That's just good. That's just healthy damage formula. We don't actually have that much if we want Eldritch Blast damage. So this build tree, very good for guns. We haven't really done much in the way of Eldritch Blast. Ars Arcana, it's right there. A Deeper Grave. Kill skills gain increased duration. 8% per point, 24%. That's very nice. Ars Arcana. Bloodshot. Whenever we use a repair kit, our next gunshot will become a bloodshot, converting all damage into kinetic damage, dealing bonus damage based on our current health. 10% of current health. What? That's quite good. Very good for, like, snipers. I wonder if overkill will be a thing. That augment equip we just didn't know? Ah. Vex gains lifesteal. The fuck you mean Vex gains lifesteal? Fuck you mean? Vex gains bonus kinetic damage with guns based on lifesteal when her health is full. So this gives us a reason to invest in lifesteal. So that's what, 2%. Okay, now it's 10%. Okay, now it's 20%. Oh, that gets doubled when action skill's active. So now it's 30%. Oh, that's 100% of lifesteal. That's 100. That's 30% bonus damage. That's low and that's per point. Why is that a 3-pointer? How does it increase? 30% is whatever, but if that's 90, then that is strong. This is the clickbait build. This is the new build. Why does that start at 100%? That should be like 10. Okay, that would be a bit shit, but fuck it. Heart Piercer. Eldritch Blast now sacrifices health on use, but becomes a piercing wave. Enemies hit take damage, and allies hit restore health. Allies hit restore health. Gain bonus damage and healing based on sacrificed health. Eldritch Blast no longer has a cooldown. What? That's how I'm reading it, Data, yes. Do you guys notice something here? Do you notice something? I noticed something. I've noticed two things now. Health sacrificed, 20% of current health. Health restored, 78. That is a percentage reduction, but a flat regeneration. Could you lower your maximum health with like a load of dice or something? Could we do some health gate tanking with this? So, conjunction's good again? It's the new build, I'm telling you, it's the new build. Well, that seems quite fun. The way you sacrifice health to use Eldritch Blast instead of a cooldown, and then you need lifesteal to get it back. But the thing is, this goes back into the damage model, right? If we're doing many times more damage to enemies than we have health and what enemies are doing to us, won't I just get my health back with my lifesteal that I now have? Or I just sacrifice a bunch of my health and just immediately get it back. Yeah, that'll be a reason to increase our maximum health, which means that the flat health restore will become worse, Joe. But if the damage is already okay, then, which it probably will be at level 50. Rep kits every few seconds as well, yeah. So, and we have better rep kit on the set. That'll be quite strong. I think for doing Eldritch Splash, we do right tree, and if we want guns, we do middle tree. Left tree doesn't impress me. Well, that's cool, is that? Sacrificing health. That's like, yeah, very grateful. That's cool. I like that a lot. Yeah. Incarnate is the tree that I'm most looking forward to, and it does look very strong. Indonesian canoe aura farms impress me, though. Yes. Moving on to Ratha. Lifesteal didn't seem to be, that was level 5. Yeah, okay, so. Welcome to how lifesteal works in Borderlands games. In playthroughs, it's shit. The moment you hit endgame, it becomes bonkers. So, at the very start of the game, when you don't have bonuses, it's going to be balanced. The moment you start expanding your damage formula, and this game is giving us the biggest values yet to do so. Think about that. The biggest values yet to do so. Borderlands 3, we were doing 1,000 times the amount of damage enemies were. We were doing 1,000 times the amount of damage that we had of health. We had 100,000 health, enemies had 100 million. We were killing bosses with 10 billion health in also a few seconds with the right setup. That's 1,000,000 times more damage than we had health. 1,000,000! You could have 0.1% lifesteal, and that's still gonna full heal you. Is this why people say dark magic is a better mechanic? It's a vastly better mechanic. Because it stays consistent from level 1 to level, like, whatever. It's based on how much damage you're doing to the enemy, but not in a flat amount. It's not, if I'm doing 1,000 damage to an enemy, I'm not getting, say, 10 back as lifesteal. It's, I'm doing 10% of the enemy's health bar, I'm regenerating 10% of my health bar. It's kind of like that. Not directly, but that's kind of how it works. Right, I don't know anything about this character. I've got a feeling Arc Knives is our melee one, Shooty Gun is the shooty gun, and Cannons is the shoulder cannons. I'm not sure which one to start with. The Knives one interests me the most. I'll start with Lance and go left to right, because I think shoulder cannons might be quite fun. So, the Apophis Lance. Equip the Lance, an off-hand arm cannon that decreases Ratha's gun handling. I like that touch. But allows him to fire a piercing shock ordnance blast. Any unused charges when the Lance ends are converted into action skill cooldown. Press M2 to fire an ordnance blast at enemies to consume a charge, or hold M2 to charge the Lance for increased damage, projectile size, and projectile speed at the cost of more charges. We have 3 charges, it's got an 18-second cooldown. Okay, that's very canon. Kind of like how Phase Familiar was Gamma Burst, that was way more in depth. This is kind of like Shoulder Cannon, but way more in depth. 18-second cooldown a charge? Like, yeah, I get it. That's cool. Oh yeah, trait. I didn't even read this. Whenever Ratha activates an action skill, does this change on tree? No. He enters Overdrive. While an action skill is active, Overdrive's duration does not decrease. While Overdrive is active, gain increased movement speed and increased damage with all sources. 10%? Wow. Just off the bat, level 1, 25% movement speed, 10% damage? That's really good. I think that alone will make this guy the speedrun character. Okay, Vex does get movement speed at tier 1. But 12 seconds after AoE, ASE, yeah. Lance has an 18-second cooldown, so that's already a 66% uptime. Before, that's level 1. Nice, that's movement speed incarnate. Poor uptime. Level 2, you get 100% uptime. If you go with action skill movement speed, it's poor uptime. Lance has got a much better uptime. Right, our tree, our skills. Ratha gains increased reload speed, 4% per point. That's alright. I mean, it's nothing too impressive. Reload speed's nice. Decent skill. Overdrive skill. Ratha regenerates ammo whilst Overdrive is active. 0.5% to 2.5% out of 5. That's fun. I like that. The Thrill. Welcome back, Half a Forge. Yeah, the thing is, the difference is, though, is that's at the start of the tree, not at the end. But it is a 5-pointer. Forge is only a 1-pointer, so... I mean, Rinse... Is this one good? Rafa gains increased fire rate, gain further fire rate while overdrive is active. 5% per point. Okay, so we start with this. Unless you're like going Jacobs, you start with this. I don't want to see any builds starting with these two. You start with this one. Hey Orion, I won't be checking that out yet because I've only just loaded onto Rafa. .5% fire rate off the cuff, yeah. I mean, you're only gonna have what 66% uptime on the 3% immediately, but that's still 4% off the rip, yeah. Might change your tune in a moment. No. Afterwards, when you get other stuff, sure, you can go for them. But when starting, between the levels 2 and 6, we can always go back. What does this one do? So we have 1 point in rinse. We can get, whenever we reload our current gun, we gain action skill cooldown rate. This affects stacks, 4% per stack. Max 100 stacks? Excuse me. Right. Machine Gun Hellwalker, where we at? If you get 100 stacks of Preparado, please hit up my DMs. Was the Jacobs pistols from Wonderlands Riveters? Yeah, like the .9 reload. TD or throw? Yeah, TD or throw. They're usually like 1 point. 1 point something. Our 2 augments. Whenever Rafa consumes a charge, he gains action skill cooldown rate, 25% per charge consumed. That's very nice. That's good, we like that. And battery subscription service, we gain an additional charge. Whenever we consume 4 more charges, we gain action skill potency 100%. For 36 seconds. Okay, both of those are good. Both of those are really good. You get that at level 6, so that's instantly going to increase your overdrive uptime, which is damage and movement speed. Yeah, this is a really good start. Activating an action skill gives Rafa health regen, 0.5, okay, probably skippable. Whenever we kill an enemy, we gain ordnance cooldown, 9% per point. Okay. Arriba. Cannons if Lance does not work. Lance is starting pretty decent. It's because of the cooldown. It's got the same advantages Cannon has. Hopefully not to the same extent as Cannons. Hopefully we won't have those levels of like of annoyance, but you know. Both slants has pretty low cooldown. Yeah, exactly. It's 18 seconds. I go to Gamescom, by the way. I have not heard anything. The only way I'll be able to get it off work is if they invite me out, because it's like the busiest week of the year. I've not heard anything from 2K yet. The biggest achievement recently is making 2 Rafa builds using English and Spanish skills respectively. The English one was actually kind of cooking. That's cute. Thank you very much, Ryan. I won't have time, to put it bluntly. It's fucking August, dude. I'll be getting blasted at work. The English one being for the white folk and YouTube interviewers who can't speak Spanish words when reading out skills. Arknives is going to be your first build. Arknives is the build that I'm looking forward to for Rafa, yes. As soon as I saw it, I was like, that's how I'm playing Rafa. I don't care if it's weak, that's how I'm playing Rafa. First impression. The first shot fired from a fully loaded weapon magazine gains increased damage, 8% per point. Okay, we've seen skills like this in the past. That'll be very nice for like Hellwalker or Riveters or whatever. Whatever this game ends up having. Yeah, also shooting reloading with Rinse, Preparado, and First Impression. That's a very good line to go if you're going for that. Yeah, 40% per damage for those type of guns. People like that kind of playstyle as well. So yeah, that'll just be good. Is that AI or Al? Centro. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased handling with all weapons, so that will offset the downside of the lance. And action skills whilst Overdrive is active. And action skills. Action skills have a handling? Al Centro? Okay, thank you. The longer Overdrive has been active, the greater the bonus. 1% per second, up to 5% per second. Funny. What else do we have? Metal Management. Whenever we activate or re-trigger an action skill, his gun consumes no ammo. It's only 2 seconds, but spammable. We can get extra charges with battery. It doesn't matter, right? Because you're still going to get a lot of Torgue stickies out thanks to this skill. Like, that's a lot of... yeah. Some for the road was only 5. Yeah, I'm not there yet, Ryan. So, no spoils, thank you. 1 point in the section is funny though. Oh, it's just kind of there, isn't it? That's very good. That with Torgue stickies, like we saw when Borderlands 3 came out, you could do 0 skill point modes with a Some for the Road class mod, a Torgue rocket launcher, and instant nuke anything in the game. So that will allow us to do the same. Stickies are a mistake. I don't think the game should have stickies because a skill like this breaks them. This is a fun skill until stickies get added. And what do? They attack the skills rather than stickies. What's the site? Max Roll. M-A-X Roll. R-O-L-L. Every time you enjoy theorycrafting, fucking stickies come in. A bio. Whenever Rack throws a grenade, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate. 7% per point. That's very good. We like that. Max rule. Grenades, grenades, throwing grenades. 12 seconds as well. A lot of grenades will be less than that in terms of cooldown, so. Grenades specifically, not other ordnance. Yeah. Okay, Oyo Royo. Lance gains critical hit chance. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a lance, gain further increased critical hit chance. 40, and then another 35. We don't know how critical hit chance works in this game yet. If it's like Wonderlands, it's dog shit. Dave's making H sound. Oh-ho, roho. Thank you. Yeah, it just depends how critical hit chance works, Viper. If it's like base 5 again, then that's shit. If it just makes it from 0 to 40, and then 75 on a hit, then... Brain Dump. I love the name. If the shit or busted, we'll find help. Gains critical hit chance while... Rafa gains critical hit chance while Overdrive is active. So that's, again, Megavore. Better than what Vex had. 25%, that's pretty good. Rafa gains increased status effect chance, gains further shock chance. Interesting. Like when weak points need to be shot. I mean, you can still shoot them in the face. After sliding, Rafa's action skill gains bonus shock damage. And he deals increased crit damage. Bonus shock damage, 6% of damage dealt. Of damage dealt. Why? It says action skills, so you could apply these to the others as well, but it is quite far down the tree to be doing that. 3 seconds after sliding is a very short duration. That's cool though. Or, is this one shock? Am I last? Aww. Or, whenever Rafa shocks an enemy, or shots fired at that enemy are critical hits. What? What? Cool, we just get from the shadows. Fantastic. We just get 100% uptime on from the shadows. It doesn't say all shots fired by Rafa or shots fired at that enemy. Right, we're throwing this in the bin, burning it, setting it on fire, and just like, fuck this character, fuck. Team DPS support? Support against what? Whatever you're shooting at's fucking dead! Fiesta. Whenever we apply a status effect, action skills consume no duration, and Lance consumes no charges. Because of course. Maybe it's post-ad? Even then. Because even if it's post-ad, it's still more damage, and you still gotta think things like Jacobs stickies, Jacobs whatever the fuck. Is there a shock bonus element somewhere? I mean, that is, but that's crit. That's action skill. I can see why we've got bonus shock chance here. Yeah, so here we've got some for the road and from the shadows. Different tree, pretty deep. Okay, so that'll be a thing to look out for with level caps. Capstone. The lance weapon is replaced with a close-range taser burst. Pressing and holding causes Rafa to deal shock damage all around him. The longer Rafa holds this attack, the greater the damage it deals. 74 per second, plus 50% per second. That's really strong. That plus Fiesta. So Fiesta, apply a status effect. Well, that's shock. Shock is also Ore. So you run Fiesta, Reho, and Ore. And that alone just turns you into a... Fuck. Middle branch. Gibby Struct module. I like that one. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy with the lance, spawn a free grenade on that enemy. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, spawn a copy of that grenade instead. That's cool, but it's killing an enemy. So it's kind of like Peregrine, but we have to kill the enemy. Drone defense. Whenever Rafa activates an ordnance, spawn STRM sliders, what's that trying to say, that hover near him. As he takes damage, transfer some of that damage to the gliders. Once the gliders receive too much damage, they explode, dealing splash damage to nearby enemies. That's nearby to the player if they stay near us. And that goes on to drone assault. Whenever we activate or re-trigger an action skill, so we have to do an ordnance to spawn them, and then we do an action skill, and they go and attack an enemy, and they explode equal to its remaining health. Okay, that's cool. Throw grenades, and then spam lance, and then have fun. Storm? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the one, Storm. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun damage while overdrive is active. This bonus is doubled whilst we are charging a lance. Cool, that's great. Yeah, 6%, up to 12, that's a good skill. Detonation. But, okay. Whenever we damage an enemy with our action skill, place a remote detonator is it's a brilliant pun. It's an annoying one, but it's brilliant. Replace a remote detonator on that enemy. Ordnance override. Ordnance override. Detonate all remote detonators. Remote detonators gain increased damage and increased splash radius for every remote detonation. So what? We use our lance, or any action skill. We tag a bunch of enemies, and we use our ordnance, which is no longer our grenade or rocket launcher or whatever. We just make them go kaboom. That's really cool. Like, imagine you're doing blades, like arc knives, and you just go around, you stab a bunch of enemies, and then at the end, you just click your fingers and they all explode behind you. Like, that'd be cool as fuck. That's a cool skill, is that? That Arc Knife's idea is absolute cinema. 10% per radius per detonator? Yeah, so say you like slice through like 10 enemies and you go kaboom. The right tools gain increased ordnance damage after reloading our gun. This bonus stacks. That'll go very well with like Rinse, Preparado, and First Impression. So it seems that that's where you want to go for when you do that. 10 stacks, 12% per point. That's up to 60. Wait, what? What do you mean it starts at 12? That's not going to go to 600, right? Okay. 10 stacks, 6-second duration. Okay, it's going to be tough to get there. It's going to be real tough to get there, but like, why can you? Me and with my Tediors and Hellwalkers, you throw a grenade and the world just explodes. Only a 6-second duration. That makes it tough to use with like rocket launchers or miniguns. Project Basilisk. Lance now fires a corrosive blob that leaves a corrosive hazard and splits into several smaller projectiles whenever it detonates. The more charges Lance consumes at once, the more it splits. 138 damage is quite good. That'll boost your Lance like crazy. Yeah, because Lance is ordnance. It's a shock ordnance blast. You're absolutely right. Is remote detonation ordnance damage? It's an ordnance override. Is it also ordnance damage? Because yeah, you can go blob and then just blow everything up. That's very good. That's a lot more interesting than left tree. Engorged Boar. Gains increased projectile size, projectile speed, and increased number of chains? Projectile size 25%, projectile speed 50%, and chains plus 3. Is this just make it cap arms? Is this just cap arms? I think this just gives us cap arms. Spooky. Tips thought about action, skill, and augmentation and discard all the items in the game. This relates to capstone, I reckon. But like, if it's there, you shouldn't need that. You shouldn't need a thing below it for it to work. So I just think that just turns your lance into cap arms. That's how I read that. Jack. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a skill, gains a stack of Jack. For every stack of Jack, we gain increased overdrive bonuses. Whenever overdrive end, lose all stacks. 20 stacks plus 5%. Okay, that's pretty good. Lagaza. Rafa gains increased weapon handling and with weapons and action skills while overdrive is active. Okay. Would you say they're handsome? They're pretty damn handsome. We can get a mate. When overdrive ends, convert all the stacks into mate stacks. Gain increased cooldown rate for every stack of mate. Once Rafa's action skill is readied, you lose all stacks of mate. Up to 20. Okay, yeah, that's up to 20. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we can get a lot of handling. I mean, you lose handling for having lance. That means check. Ah, checkmate. Got it. I like that. Rafa gains increased fire rate and reload speed while overdrive is active. 15% fire rate, 25% reload speed. Nothing too fancy, but just a great skill. Yeah, cool. Per my last. Whenever Rafa deals damage with an action skill to an enemy, he gains a chance to deal that damage again. can we see where I'm going with this? Per my last project, just a damage shocking taser. This is constant. You got Orin per your last? Yeah, this is gonna be full uptime. You can have Fiesta as well, so you can just keep holding it. And then that's going to be constant action and skill damage. So that's going to be constant procking of like Jacques here and other stuff. So like, can we get detonation? Detonation. You walk around as a walking Tesla coil that just annihilates everything. You have to shoot guns at this point. You can't get debt. Ooh, yeah, we're just shy. Yeah, can't get it well. But that's something to look into once we get our first level cap. Project Gorgon. The lance is replaced with an incendiary laser that pierces enemies. Pressing and holding M2 causes the laser to deal increased damage and chain to more enemies as it consumes charges. 111 damage per second is pretty shiny. Fire cap arms, hell yeah. And engorge bore as well, so you have a bigger laser. Base lance per second, what's base lance? 157. Yeah, that one's only 74 per second, but that's like an AoE around you. But that scales up 50% per second, so that already overtakes it pretty quickly. But, you know, fire versus shock. Well, that seems all very powerful, especially left branch. Do branches have names, or is it just left, middle, and right? Yeah, that seems very strong. Lance is the innovation on top of Mantis Cannon. There's a lot more depth to it, and just a lot more toys around it here. Yeah, it does kind of seem fucked. But look at blades. Look at blades. Arc knives. This is the one that interests me the most. Rafa puts down his guns and equips arc knives, blades that deal melee damage and mark enemies whenever they damage them, causing to take increased damage for every mark. M1, perform a melee attack. M2, dash forward and perform a shock melee attack. We can get auto crits with this. F, unleash Blade Fury, which deals shock damage to all marked enemies and ends the skill. It's built in. So that whole thing that I was saying, go around, hit a bunch of enemies, mark them, use ordnance to detonate all the marks, you do that at the same time as this. And everybody just explodes. That's just built into skill. Annoyingly, it means investing heavily in Blue Tree for the sake of arc knives, but that's already just screaming, yeah, do this, do this. It wants you to go around hitting a bunch of different enemies and not kill them. 48 second cooldown, 32 second duration. Max marks 4 per enemy, 6% damage per mark. So hit an enemy 4 times, move on. Melee attack damage, 28. Blade Fury damage, 55. That's not that much. But if you hit them with 28 times 4, It's 150 per enemy. That's alright amount. Expedite. Overdrive skill. Increased movement speed. 5% per point. That's alright. Decent uptime on that as well. Cool. Medium movement speed. We like it. We get movement speed with overdrive anyway, 25%. So that is another 25% on our first 5 points. So 50% movement speed by level 6. That's nuts. Midnight Oil. Rafa deals in bonus corrosive damage. The longer the skill has been active, the greater the bonus. So that goes to what, 10%? Starting at 2% per second. It's got a 32-second duration. That gets quite scary. That's got a cap, right? What do you mean 10% per second? Handshake deal. Rafa gains increased gun damage and melee damage. Okay. 7% per point on melee. I'm gonna overspec the trunk of the tree here. I've already just decided I want these 3. Max at 20. That's still 200%. That's a lot. From a tier 1? People complained about fucking Skagden. Skagden only got good after you beat the fucking game. That's good at level 6. Augments. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy while Arc Knives is active, restore a portion of his maximum health. Whenever Rafa gains health, deal bonus corrosive damage with all attacks. And gain increased movement. Sure. Bonus corrosive damage 15%. Movement speed 10% for 16 seconds. Sure. Okay. So what? We've got 50% movement speed, and then another 10% for every kill we get for 25 stacks. Is there Rafa's their fastest character? We're going to be seeing clips of Rafa wiping out a small camp and then just fucking zooming. He's going to be running. He's going to overtake a vehicle. He's actually going to run faster than a vehicle. He's going to be gone. What if it affects that passive? Whenever Rafa gains health, we gain bonus corrosive damage and movement speed? Surely not. Surely not. Also, it does say there, restore a portion of his maximum health capacity, which is a very weird way of wording that. So maybe, maybe blowing up your familiar in Vex's tree doesn't work like I thought it would. Because that still says maximum health capacity when it doesn't make sense there. Dead Man Walking. Arc Knives does not end when its duration runs out. Instead, it only ends if Rafa enters Fight for Your Life or activates Blade Fury. What? Well, Arc Knives duration is depleted, we lose health instead. So that's... I'm not going to say balanced, because this is broken as well, but if you take this, you're trading a lot. Altered Cabron is so good. compared to Dead Men Walking here, and Dead Men Walking is already so good. So, like, whenever we damage an enemy, we gain overshield, but it's still going to be draining health. So that's quite good. So if we're hitting an enemy, that means enemy damage to us will be hitting our overshield and not affecting our health, allowing our total health to still go towards the health drain and keeping our action skill going. That's quite good. And then you can of course pop Blade Fury when you get a bit too low. So that overshield on damage is good. Yeah, it does seem very fun, but Altered I think is just better. Dial in. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a melee attack, his melee attacks gain increased critical hit chance. The chance stacks. All stacks are removed whenever we critical hit. 3% per stack, up to 15. Okay. Getting points into that unlocks Soldar, which is melee critical hits gain lifesteal. Okay. Fucking Christ. Wait. Brother. Portion of maximum health capacity is converted into maximum shields. That says plus 10%. I think that's supposed to be minus 10%. So it goes to minus 50, but we gain plus 60% shields. The dots connect in his head. It's like, wait. I haven't seen anything that would make that worth it yet. Because we seem to want health, not less health. But this is reverse Berserker. We're losing health and gaining shields. It just boosts the shields. Weird wording. Could be to do with the site. Okay. Reserves the health. Right, okay, yeah, whatever. That's kind of how I thought it was in my head. Shock targets always crit. Yeah, you just put 1 point into dial in and then grab Soldar, like, because you can't put any points into this without 1 point of dial in, which is funny given that we can crit with ore, but yes, yeah. That's funny. Diamond Hands. Dealing melee damage with Rafa stacks against grants Rafa a stack of Diamond Hands. Increase gun damage for every stack of Diamond Hands. Rafa deals gun damage. Stacks begin to deal quickly until they run out. Okay, so I like that a lot. So you use your arc knives. You do a bunch of melee damage. You gain a ton of stacks, and then once your action skill runs out, you're dead in the water. You've got nothing, you gotta wait until your actual skill comes back. But you've just stacked a boatload of gun damage to get you until your next cooldown. Also, yeah, to one-shot something. Because 10% per stack at 100 stacks, that's money shot. Nah, I'm not going to go Face Puncher, because Face Puncher allowed you to get melee effects, and that's why Face Puncher was good, because you had things like Knife Drain and Static Charge in there with Face Puncher. You had things, because it was melee damage, it wasn't resetting stack pot. This is Kensei. That's what this is. This is Kensei. Because it's still gun damage. In the zone, killing an enemy freezes Overdrive's duration for 2 seconds. That's very good. Up to 6. Yep, that's very good. You could honestly even drop a 1 point in that. If we get the maximum health capacity shield stuff, we can get to the last. Gain increased gun damage and skill damage to lower our health. The greater the bonus. Up to 9 skill, up to 6 gun. Right. It's Desperate Measures, Thin Red Line. Thin Red Line, Desperate Measures was a noob trap. And I think if you're going to do this tree as a gun build, you might go this way. But if not, Diamond Hands is going to have you covered. Hard sell. Whenever Ratha's shields break, we instantly gain a portion of his shield's capacity as overshield. This skill cannot be used again until we activate our action skill. That's cool. I like that. That's very tenacious defense. A lot of mows here. Why was it a noob trap? Because it was shit. Because you would be sacrificing maximum health, you'd be sacrificing health gate for a little bit of gun damage, which is what this does as well. And it looks like a very impressive amount of gun damage. 6% per point, that's quite good. It's really not. With the amount of gun damage that you can get in, you know, the games, like, it's actually not increasing your damage much, and you're costing too much to get there. And there's better places your skill points can go. Take Diamond Hands, for example. Diamond Hands gun damage here is going to be so much more, you know, in the time when you're actually using a gun, than what To The Last provides you. If you are actively using your Arc Knife's action skill, you'd be a bit silly to go this route. Because this amount of gun damage is going to be so negligible compared to what Diamond Hands is giving you, and what other sources of gun damage you'll have. Gun damage adds to gun damage. It's not good. Now what you could do is only put a few points into this, not sacrifice health gate, and then if we get to the point where we have a complete overabundance of skill points, do that and To The Last, and it's not so bad. But that only happened in Borderlands 3 once we got like 71 odd skill points. Or whatever it was, 70 skill points. Like, and we really just ran out of things to put points into. That won't happen in this game. So I don't see this thing ever, like, working out good. Especially if Diamond Hands isn't too dramatic of a drop-off. Again, if you're not stacking Diamond Hands, sure, this is the route to go. But I don't see why you would. Like, why are you going into this tree if you're not using Arc Knives? When blue tree's right there. Branches. Thunder Cutter. Arc Knives attacks deal shock melee splash damage. Ratha deals increased splash damage 50%? Is that separate? Is that just 50% to all splash? Okay, this tree's augments. This tree's augments are nuts. This might be a reason to go Arc Knives tree without using Arc Knives. These numbers make no sense, man. We can only cope it's while in Arc Knives. I hope it's only while in Arc Knives, because Jesus. The fuck you mean a 0 skill point? 50% splash boost. Blowout. Whenever we apply Heavy Arms Mark... Heavy Arms Mark, is that what this is? That's just mark enemies. What's a Heavy Arms Mark? Or critically hits an enemy with our action skill. They explode in corrosive lob projectiles. The longer the action skill has been active, the more corrosive projectiles are spawned. That goes up to 45 base damage, which is nearly what Blade Fury is. That's quite good. Ratha gains increased splash damage and splash damage critical hit chance. 7% per point. That's already good. That's better than Vex's splash skill. And it's less conditional. I'm dumb. The fuck you mean? The reason, by the way, this is extra dumb is this is the game which has larger percentage increases than Borderlands 3. Specking Short Fuse in Borderlands 3, this is a skill that had an internal cooldown and a percentage trigger chance and half of the percentage, or was it the same post-nerf? Same percentage. It doubled your damage output in a casual gameplay sense. In terms of like one-shot stuff, it was like, I don't know, like 100 times. That's stronger. Doesn't have the downsides. And we have bigger percentage increases in this game. And a shock, because why the fuck not? Well, that's the build done. Congratulations, we have beaten Borderlands 4. That's of course going to proc on Torg stickies. There's no interesting build direction you can go here. Because you've just won. There's no reason to invest time in min-maxing, because you just choose that and win the video game. Okay, now I'm seeing the reason to go fucking Green Tree and not go Arc Knives. now to the last, he's starting to show a little bit of relevancy. Protecto Pulse. Pressing M2 while Arc Knives is active re-triggers our action skill, drains a portion of Rafa's shield, and deals that much shock damage to nearby enemies. Shields drained up to 20% of max shields. Okay, that's just kind of cute. If this is what we have in Tree, this is my concern data. If the game is balanced around shock market, if you have an unoptimized build, you are going to be doing an astronomical amount times less damage than somebody who is min-max shock market here. And we got to all cram ourselves into a very similar bracket of difficulty. Now, something that's going to be interesting with shock market here, okay, is this is a double dipping skill. Now, the difficulty selectors in Borderlands 4 is a damage multiplier that is specific to you on the enemy. So if you're playing on hard, you will deal 20% less damage. If you are playing on easy, you are dealing 20% more damage. This is a 40% damage swing. But because it's a modifier, and this is double dipping, we double dip the difficulty selector modifier. So it means that this... So if the enemy's got 20% damage resistance against us, we have to apply that 20% twice. If we play on easy, we get a free 20% damage multiplier, separate from everything else, twice. which means the damage difference between somebody playing on hard and somebody playing on easy will be a lot higher than 40%. Oh, it really looks like you take more damage, not deal less? Really? Easy, I still think makes you deal more damage, though. Hey, Turrican, how's the skill trees looking? Vex's look cool, Ratha's just look completely non-thought about and broken. Like, why is it 10% of damage? Surely they have to know by now. Surely they realize that things like Short Fuse and Alchemical Agent are one-shotting their boss. Like, surely they have to know that that's what's doing it, right? If this was of initial damage, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's still ridiculously strong. It doesn't even seem very glass data, I'm gonna be honest. This will still be very strong if it's of initial, but because it's of damage dealt, it's bonkers. Like this, that's stronger than Short Fuse. And Short Fuse is the highest like value per point skill in the game, and that's better. Granted, it's 5 points, but who cares when it's that good? Honestly, even 1 point rival Short Fuse. So, liquidation. Marked enemies by Rava leave behind a corrosive hazard. That's just okay. That's cute. I like that. I like that as a skill. But having that after shock market is low health, high shield. I mean, low health, high shield isn't really glass anything, because if it's high shield, you're still tanky. The term is low total health, high total damage is a glass cannon. Low health, high shield is just a different way of saying I'm tanky. You're not glass. You're tanky as fuck. You've got a million shields. Hurricane special. Activating Blade Fury causes Rafa to spin his blades, creating a singularity that draws in all marked enemies and other nearby enemies while dealing continuous shock damage. Whenever this attack kills an enemy, Overdrive grants increased action skill cooldown rate at 111 a second. That looks fun. That just looks really good fun. I like that. Middle branch. Rougher gains increase Orthan's cooldown rate, 11% per point. Even stuff like this seems overtuned. Like, okay, that's cool, I like that, but like, 11% is quite high for that kind of skill, when other characters you feel like it would be 7. Collaborate Ignition. Rafa deals bonus damage of his weapon's element with all skills and ordinances while Overdrive is active. Bonus damage, 12% of weapon damage! With all skills and ordnance. And that's 12% per point. These numbers have to get knocked before launch? I don't... Doesn't Blue have a conditional 9? Yeah, probably. That's just going to feed into shock market. The difference in Noob Rafa and theorycrafted Vex is heavily in Rafa's favor. I assume a lot of these skills are going to get changed, right? Yeah, not just values, but like this can't... This being a double dip skill. I would have thought they'd have moved away from double dipping, but evidently not. 12%. That's really high, and that applies to your skills and ordnance. That's really strong. Boom in business. Whenever we crit, which is going to be happening a lot, we gain a chance. Why is it 50%? That's so unnecessary. It can't Minesweeper because it's got a 12-second cooldown on it. Now, I don't know what the points will be. But, like, it's a 5-point skill. Either that cooldown's going down, or that grenade chance is going from 50 to 60 to 70 to 80 to 90. Or 50 to 62 to 74 to 86, 98 or something, I don't know. Maybe 2.5, so it goes to 100%. 10% chance with a 10-second cooldown, so it goes up to 50. Okay, yeah, that's where it maxes out at. Okay, that's a bit... inconsistent on this site, but okay, fair enough. If that's still nuts. They said they were particular about the damage formula. Like, they say that. They said something similar to that with Borderlands 3, and it was like they did it on a show. It was one of the character designers. He said something, I can't remember what it was, on a show, talking about creating the characters. And what he said was 100% bullshit, and not how the game actually worked. So whether or not they just didn't know, or they were having to be more vague, or what it was, but like, what he was saying was bullshit. So it's kind of weird. But yeah, it seems like... So, okay, a bit of insight here. They make these games... They purposely, this is by design, whether or not it's a correct one or not, they by design make one character easier to make powerful on purpose. They intentionally make an easy mode character. It seems quite clearly to be Rafa, but I think it's a bit too overboard so far. But we'll have to see. Killer Rafa is going to gain the most with the level cap? Of course, because he's got the most bonkers skills. He's just going to allow you to get more and accelerate away from the other characters even further. Now, we haven't seen who was BL3's. Well, this was in response to a lot of early on. So at this stage for Borderlands 3, it was all about Flak. It was the Flak train. Flak is really strong, and Flak was really strong. And on launch, and throughout the game's span, yes, Flak could be that character. It ended up being Moe's Iron Bear, was the easy mode, but not on launch. So Moe's Iron Bear might not have been designed as the easy mode character, but that's who she ended up being. Specifically Iron Bear here, not Moe's on foot. If Rafa isn't the easy one, cannot wait for the other two. That's on crit. Synergy. Whenever Rafa deals ordnance damage, so this is going to trigger with Booming Business, he deals increased gun damage and melee damage. This affects stacks. There's no stack limit. Yeah, that's just minigun. It's 2%, which is shit, but it'll go to 6. But that's simply minigun. Can you throw grenades while on arc knives? Not a clue. But if you get crits, you'll be spawning grenades anyway. Arc knives deal shock splash damage. I wonder if that counts as ordnance. Yeah, that is just simply minigun. Can he crit with an ordnance and throw another ordnance? I mean, he could with throwing knives, but I'm not sure that'll be the play. I think just going with a better grenade will be better. Demolitions. Overdrive skill. While Overdrive is active, Rafa may use grenades while cooling down at the cost of health. Every time a grenade is used this way, it costs more health until Rafa's grenade is fully cools down. 10% of current health. That's so good. That's a very powerful skill. Especially if you go with shield capacity and reserved health. It's 10% of current health, so the amount it's going to be taking is going to get less and less per grenade throw. So if you go with a shield defensive loadout here, you just get to spam grenades. And then it resets when you get a cooldown, which you're probably going to have a ton of anyway. But you don't even need artillery here, because, yeah. Yeah, that's just a really cool skill. Yeah, that's nuts. El Diablito. A portion of all fire... A portion of all fire damage Rafa deals bonus fire ordnance damage. So if I use a splash fire weapon, I get 2 short fuses that's stronger than short fuse. It also does ordnance damage, which is going to be increasing my gun damage per stack. So if I just have a machine gun, because it's ordnance damage, it deals fire ordnance damage. Yeah, we go green tree without using arc knives. That's what we do. I've decided Rafa is done. That is even more broken than Shock Market. Shock Market broke us. This one's even more powerful. And we can have both! Okay, good. That's not like a corrosive one. Hey, remember half an hour ago we saw ore? I want to go back there. I too want to go back to ore. Inferno Protocol. While Arcanite is active, Rafa's exosuit stores all damage dealt to him. The exosuit then heats up and constantly does a small amount of fire damage to him. Additionally, Rafa's melee attack deals bonus fire damage. A portion of all damage dealt to Rafa is dealt to enemies he has marked. Using Blade Fury causes Rafa to consume all stored damage and deals bonus fire damage based on stored damage. A portion of all damage dealt this way is returned to Rafa as health. Uninteresting and weak. You know why I say that? Because this requires you being in Arc Knives, which means not using El Diablito and Shock Market. I mean, Arc Knives deal Splash, which is Shock Market, so like whatever, but... Yeah, I mean, so what? We open with Arc Knives, we stack up Diamond Hands to give us a boatload of gun damage. Arc Knives ends, and we then just unleash. We have Diamond Hands into El Diablito and Shock Market, and everything just dies. Because this can give us up to 1000% gun damage. A portion of all fire damage Rafa deals will deal it would be the other way around. Better. Goes to all marked enemies and is fire, so yeah. Yeah, I could see Inferno Protocol not triggering El Doblito, and that would mean Thundercutter doesn't proc Shock Market, but like, why would you specify, Rune, why would you specify that Arc Knife deals splash damage specifically when Shock Market is right there? Remember, they've also said that things have got multiple sources. I don't think that is true in how we know it, but if that truly is the case, it could very well be exactly this. Because why would that be right next to this if that's not the case? Why would L be right next to Inferno if that's not the case? It seems like they want it to be the case. You wouldn't put those right next to each other, because a player will read that and go, oh, Infernal Protocol procs El Doblito. Well, Thundercutter doesn't say bonus splash. He'll shock melee splash damage, that's true. That's bonus shock damage from Shock Market, yeah. So we don't need that. Okay, so we've got bonus damage with Ordnance. So that bonus damage should go into El Diablito. If an Ordnance procs that, like a grenade from Booming Business, that'll double dip Ordnance damage. And it'll also double dip that bonus. Unless that's a bonus element. Because you never know when it says bonus. Could probably skip that melee damage and go with something else. I don't really know what at the moment. Rafa deals increased corrosive damage while his action skill's active. The longer it's been active, the greater the bonus. Plus 1% per second. That'll go really well with Midnight Oil. Midnight Oil already looks silly, so that just makes it even better. Increase action skill duration. That's cute. Like that. Hey, we're back into the cute good skills. Hooray! Acid Drop. The dash attack is replaced by Caustic Leap. Pressing M2 causes Rafa to leap towards and create a caustic havoc when he lands. Whenever a marker is removed from an enemy, it explodes in a corrosive nova. Welcome back, Acrid! Acrid is back! It's just Acrid. That's brilliant. That's just Acrid. Sustainable energy. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains health regeneration based on how much time is remaining. That's cute. What's Acrid? Acrid is a playable character in Risk of Rain 2. Otherwise known as simply the best character, the most fun character, and the cutest character. He's the goodest boy. He's like this giant, unstoppable mutant dog thing that jumps and it uses like poison acid stuff. So like poison that spreads among enemies that scale on enemy health. You can jump around, you can do giant leaps where you don't take fall damage and leave corrosive puddles and explosions afterwards. He's the best boy. Blowout. Which one's blowout? Oh, yeah, you could do some really fun corrosive stuff here. It's just a shame it's sharing a tree with El Diablito and Shockmarker. It's all tier 1 skills. Yeah, I think if you go melee, you go tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, straight into right branch, grabbing a little bit from left. Press M2 during arc knives grants increased overdrive duration. This bonus is reset whenever we activate an action skill. I don't understand. The first bit I understand. Oh, okay. I guess it just means that the overdrive duration resets when you go back into your action skill. Right, okay. Does it stack? Yeah, so basically, this is a stacking percentage, and there's a skill somewhere that... So that freezes overdrive duration. There's something else that makes it go further as well. So you could potentially get a really high overdrive duration, but if you then activate your action skill again, it'll go back to the base overdrive duration. You have to rebuild it up. Yeah, we get that part play. Cruel Accrual. Rafa gains increased skill damage with all skills. The longer his action skill's been active, the greater the bonus. Oh, yeah, so you just go Midnight Oil, L, Cruel. See, that's cool. That's very powerful, but that's cool stuff. This is not cool. This is not cool. Galvanic Panic. Whenever Rafa performs a melee attack with Arc Knife while Arc Knives is active, fire an Acid Storm Glider at the enemy in his view. Acid Storm Gliders deal corrosive splash damage based on the number of total marked enemies. Additionally, killing an enemy while Arc Knives is active restores action skill duration. That's important. Activating Blade Fury causes Rafa to fire a volley of Acid Storm Gliders in front of him and end Arc Knives. 10% per enemy killed. Yeah, that's really cool and fun. That, I think, beats Dead Man Walking. Altered is still very good, but of course, yeah, you just have both, don't you? Well, you could go both. It's cool until Shock Market and El Diablito, yeah. I mean, I will stand by that L is stronger than Shock Market because it's Ordnance. But yeah, both are really dumb. And the fact that you can just get both. There we go. That's, Broken Rafa. Not being final tier stupid? I mean, it doesn't matter. You just get both. Like, look. They've broken Rafa. I've even got a few points for overspend for other tree tier ones. Yeah, that's a good one, Rune. That's probably how I'd go as well. You just dip into this. Let's go to Red Tree. Hopefully Red Tree's nice. Blue Tree scares us with left side. Arc Knife scares us with everything on, like, this here. Okay. Blue tree, this branch was dumb. Green tree, the middle two branches are dumb. So hopefully, with left tree, maybe just all three of them. Clueless. Red tree is reasonable. Okay, say no more. Equip Ratha's Peacebreaker cannons, which automatically fire at enemies in Ratha's crosshairs, dealing kinetic gun damage. If they die or you press M3, the Peacebreaker cannons find a new target. Holding F ends Peacebreaker cannons refunds a portion of the remaining action skill duration as action skill cooldown. 32-second cooldown, 18-second duration. This seems fine so far. Thanks to Sarah. Tier 1. Ratha gains increased gun damage, 5% per point. Respectable, not too dumb, kinda decent skill. We're off to a good start. Ratha and his Peacemaker cannons gain increased fire rate. Very reasonable, not too impactful, but cozy tier 1 skill. Off to a good start. Overdrive. Ratha gains increased shield recharge rate and shield recharge delay at very good percentages while Overdrive is active. Loving it. Loving this tree so far. We're gonna go with the fire rate. Well, okay, at level 1, we'll go with the gun damage first. Endgame build, we'll probably want fire rate instead, even though it's a smaller percentage. This gives us Instincto. Ratha's Peacebreaker cannons gain increased critical hit chance. Pressing F while the cannons are active causes them to double their critical hit chance, gain increased critical hit damage, while causing the duration to drain faster. Killing an enemy causes Ratha to regain action skill duration, while causing his duration to drain even faster. That's quite cool. It's kind of like Discord from Gage. I like that. I like that a lot. Critical hit chance, duration return 10% on kill, critical hit damage 15%, 3% after each kill. Yeah. That's cool. I like that. So there's some trade-offs there. Augments with trade-offs I think are cool, so long as they're not too bad. Bullet Buddy Deluxe. While Peacebreaker cannons are active, Ratha and his allies regenerate ammo. We deal bonus fire damage based on how full the gun is, and the turret shoots exploding bullets while his magazine is full. That's just really cool. Pressing F while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes Ratha shots to consume no ammo, but causes his action skill duration to drain faster. Well. Is that not just on command some for the road? That's fun until you remember stickies exist. Yeah, melt bosses. We did that. We were doing that before Borderlands 3 came out. Like before Borderlands 3 came out, I was using Leave No Trace and a Torgue shotgun to melt the bosses in the pre-builds. Like, you give us infinite ammo and you give us stickies. Stickies are the problem here. I don't know why they did stickies again. Stickies have caused them balance issues in both the games they've been in. Stop doing it. Wega. Whenever Ratha critical hits an enemy, action skill duration is restored. Wow. Cooldown of 4 seconds. Fair enough. Field repairs. Whenever Ratha activates an action skill, restore a portion of his maximum shield capacity. If his shields are already full, gain overshield instead. Neat. 45%. Better with cannon. Okay. CYA. See ya. Kill skill. Killing an enemy restores shields based on Ratha's maximum health capacity. Interesting. Shields restored, 4% per point. Meh. I will just go damage and fire rate here, I think. Stickies do disappear after duration not firing. Yeah, that's That's been like that since forever. Is it maximum shield capacity, not health capacity? Resiliencia. Gains increased damage reduction while overdrive is active. Cute. Lots of simple skills here. Lots of very simple skills here. Gains increased skill damage 9%. Sure. Whenever a shield break after being fully recharged, spawn a free grenade. Where does that grenade go? Is that grenade just dropping at my feet? Is it firing out of my gun duct tape mod style? Is it throwing? Like, what's... Up your bum, obviously. Ah, sideways? El Valiente. Is this the official trees? No. This is what the community put together based on what people saw at the hands-on event in LA last month. All of these are subject to change. Rafa deals increased damage from all sources. The fuller Rafa shields are, the greater the bonus. While Rafa shields are at maximum capacity, double the bonus. Rafa seems pretty good at one-shotting. %60 global damage for just existing. That's crazy. And remember, this is global damage. This is damage. This is going to double dip with shock and or El Diablito. Now, I don't think you can reach there whilst grabbing them both, but... with level caps... Overdrive has 10% global. Overdrive does have 10% global. That's another thing to double dip. Hell in a shell. I like it. Augment. Pressing F while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to fire 2 large firebombs that deal fire damage in a large area. Killing enemies reduces this skill's cooldown 50 seconds. 5 per kill. Jesus. I think these cooldowns are a bit long, but... fire damage, you say? That's quite far away, though. Indirect projectiles. What does indirect projectiles mean? Is that just like Jacob's ricochet and shit? Then maybe any kill we're using? Oh, yeah, any kill. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Gain increased damage. Indirect projectiles include all action skill weapons, thrown weapons, and projectiles not fired from your gun. Why do we need more damage to... Errant Spark? Or... Of course it's a double dipping as well. Of course it's of damage dealt. Vex didn't have much double dipping, if at all. Rafa can't go 2 meters without running into double dipping. It's 8% of damage dealt. It's another 40% as well. Arden. Gain lifesteal. Of course they get lifesteal. Of course. Of course they get lifesteal. Because why wouldn't they? While moving, shots have a chance to bounce off of Rafa. This chance is doubled while sliding. 35 to 70%. That's really fun. 70%. Now your hype is dying down. If you want to play Rafa in a completely non-broken, fun way, you have to avoid like half his fucking skill tree. Salvador is hitting number 3 in most overpowered Vol Hunters. Zane's drop into number 2, because Rafa just has the damage formula of Flak, the movement speed and gun damage of Zane, and the double dipping short fuse, a stronger version of Moze. Stronger version of Moze. Like, and of course he gets life steal. Proprietary Incendiary. Melee Override, cool. Press V to lob a Storm Glider at an enemy. Once it reaches its target, it explodes and deals fire splash damage. Okay. And based on the ammo in Rafa's gun when he threw Storm Glider. Up to 138. So just 16 seconds? Yeah, you've basically there got a really powerful piece ordnance grenade. 16-second cooldown. And that does a lot of damage. Now it's capstone tiered on this tree, so you're not going to be able to get both of these going. But if we do get a lot of skill points, we'll have to see. That might be something to keep an eye out on in the future. Lateral plinking. Indirect projectiles gain a chance to ricochet. Why do indirect projectiles need a chance to ricochet? You can totally do a Rafa Peacebreaker build without shooting. Yeah, you definitely can. Double auto shot. Peacebreaker cannons are replaced with shotguns that deal increased damage and have increased pellet count. Additionally, Rafa's turrets gain a chance to ricochet off of targets. Ricochets deal reduced damage. Critical hits always ricochet. 50% of damage dealt. I think, oh, it's deal reduced damage. No, they don't. They don't deal reduced damage. They'll deal more. So what's going to happen? Say you hit for 100 damage. You got a damage formula that takes it to 200. It does half of that. It'll do 100 damage. And you'll have a damage formula that takes it to 200. We'll do the same. So you got a damage formula that takes it to 300. Goes down to 150. Suddenly you're even higher. At 450 now. Vex's trees were so good. Why this? This is disgusting. But that's cute. Shotgun. Shotgun that can ricochet. Because that's what an indirect projectile is. Action skill weapons. Action skill weapons. Imagine if blade damage ricochets somehow through some form of spaghetti. I wonder if that happened in early testing. Thrown weapons. Is that Tedior? Are Tediors ricocheting? Confetti. Ordnances deal bonus damage in current weapons element. 8%. That's just an 8% bonus element. Cool. We like that. Vitriol. The first shot fired from Rafa's fully loaded magazine deals bonus corrosive damage. It's another bonus. There's a lot of bonus elements here. A lot of bonus elements in this. Just in this game as a whole. So that will go very nicely with Rinse, Preparado, and First Impression. So you go down to there on Blue Tree, then you come down here on Red Tree, get that as well. You might be able to pick up some corrosive stuff here, but I'm not quite sure if any of it is practical. I do like how this tree is giving us like colours for elements. The no ammo thing and go burr. Yeah, no ammo, Hellwalker? Fuck. Yeah, Hellwalker here is going to be really strong. And Hellwalker being TDR will cause indirect projectiles as well, which give you lifesteal, a double dipping bonus element, and another chance to ricochet again. So what can happen here, right, is I can shoot into enemy 1. They'll ricochet as an indirect projectile into enemy 2, which will then ricochet back into enemy 1. Pain reaction. Rafa's weapons gain a chance to ricochet off of enemies with status effects. Ricochet damage is based on damage dealt. Of course it is. Ricochet chance 3% per status effect. Up to 15. So we don't even need a Hellwalker. We don't even need to get crits. Just plug a Monarch into somebody. Lightning Rod. While aiming... I've already read the fucking card. Jesus Christ. While aiming with a gun, Rafa deals bonus shock damage. Each time Rafa hits an enemy this way, they deal increased bonus damage until he zooms out. Bonus damage, 2% of damage dealt. 5 points, 10, max stacks, 200! Why does it have to be 200 of damage dealt? Say our damage formula gives us 10x, which is small. We hit 100 damage weapon into 1,000. This builds up. We've done 1,000 damage. Now it's 200% of damage dealt. So now our bonus damage is starting at 3,000 damage. And our damage formula is now taking this to 30,000 damage. We've taken a 100 damage weapon and put it into a 31,000 damage weapon. 30,000 damage of which is just in this one skill. Not even everything else. Just that skill alone has given us 30,000 damage when our base damage was 1,000. Sorry, not our base damage, our final damage was 1,000. What if it's just V2? Well, maybe. Hopefully this isn't a bonus. No, because it's of damage dealt, no. Yeah, it's of damage dealt. Unless it's not actually of damage dealt. Because there's a lot of damage dealt in this tree, and they should know what happens when they type those words into a skill. Double dipping happens. 1 second maker happens. One-shotting raid bosses with a white proton rifle happens. That's what happens when they do these things. Additional bonus damage, 1% per crit. Hooray! Enemies damaged by Peacebreaker cannons have increased status effect chance. Well, that's just nice for pain reaction. Well, yeah. Okay, that's just cool skill. Inspirado. Whenever Rafa inflicts status effect on an enemy, we gain increased action skill cooldown rate and improved action skill duration. Improved action skill duration rate. I guess that just means it goes down slower. Okay, cool skill. Beam Team. Peacemaker cannons replaced with shock beam and a corrosive beam. Each beam automatically locking onto enemies in your view. They may lock onto different enemies. Whenever we apply a status effect, we gain increased skill damage, plus 20%. That's really cool. That goes really nice with pain reaction and ricocheting stuff around. There's a lot of stuff here that's like more interesting in Indiscriminate, and Indiscriminate is already done. So like, say you've got a boss, right, and he's got like a badass guy next to him. You shoot the badass guy and the boss dies first. That's what happens here. That's how Amara works. Barrage. Rafa gains increased splash damage while Overdrive is active. 10% per point? What? That's insane! Insta-fort battle. Oh, maybe I didn't. Also deal ordnance damage. Isn't that... No, that's just Lance. Okay. He deals increased ordnance damage whilst Peacebreaker cannons are active. Pressing F while the cannons are active causes them to disconnect from Rob and become a turret companion that begins firing at enemies in place. Additionally, we'll occasionally fire grenades at his target, and it will be our grenade. Cool. Just lobbing grenades at people. There is a minigun skill in the other tree, but he definitely wants a grenade equipped, it seems. Everdrive. Overdrive increase duration 11% per point. So that goes to 66%. You do not need 60%, 66% on that. Well, that's crazy. Unmissable missiles. Pressing F while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to fire a volley of homing missiles at enemies in view at a cost of action skill duration. Probably not worth it when like a Bullet Buddy Deluxe exists, but that's fun, especially if they do damage. More formula to cannons. Insta-fort battle system? Absolutely, yes. It will feed your ordnance damage into it as well. Yeah, 30% duration for the rockets. That's a lot. There's so little cooldown in this tree. Yeah. What's the cooldown of this thing? It's only 32 seconds. You could do that with gear. Ordnance cooldown rate there. Yeah, not many action skill cooldown rate in general. Yeah, you get some from Inspirato. It's not much though. 6% per stack. That's quite poor. But it is there, for sure. Do we get mag size, reload speed, swap speed, and boring shit like that anymore? Apparently not. We get nuclear bomb, atomic bomb, and intercontinental ballistic missile. Take your pick. Biobomb, dirty bomb, car bomb. Really, there's no end of just like crimes. Devil May Care. I love it. Overdrive skill. While Overdrive is active, Rafa gains increased movement speed and health regeneration. While it's not active, we take increased damage and gain cooldown rate. 6% per point. That's a cool skill. I like that. Overdrive skill again. Increased gun damage, but decreased weapon handling. This bonus is based on how long Overdrive has been active. Plus 1%, minus 1%. Cool. See, these skills are well balanced, which means you'll never take them because they share a character with LT Pleto. Sultado. Kill skill. Double all overdrive bonuses. Okay. I was waiting for that. Just like double. You know what? Double. Fuck it and double it. Volatile hollow points. Cannons are replaced with rockets that deal splash damage, 33 rocket damage versus what, 18? Or no, wait, 2 on the turrets. Okay, 2 on the turrets, 33 on the rockets. So if the turrets are not firing 16 a second, rockets are better, which they probably will be considering it's a capstone. I wonder how that works with Jack. Which one was Jack in? The skill, he gains stacks of Jack. For every stack of Jack, increases overdrive bonuses. Well, I imagine it will just stack linearly. So with that, you'll get 100% maxed out. So I'm guessing you'll just get 200%. Which means you'll be going very fucking quick. And not to mention, this is all ordnance, and you get free ordnance procs, and we have a special ordnance that allows us to get movement speed based on every hit. Just one of those throwing knives that give you a stacking movement speed. We're getting a bunch of free ordnance throwing with these trees. Yeah, we'll be going quick. Want to shit on no kill like overkill money shot offhand 8% crit time damage competition? I mean, that just kicks that into a cocked out. We can already hit 100% gun damage, and it holds until you fire your gun. Sorry, not 100% gun damage, 1000% gun damage. We can literally get 1000% gun damage before we can even do all of this shit. That's tier 2! Granted, it will take a while to stack up, but you can stack it up and take it into a boss to one-shot. You'll be seeing, when this game comes out, you'll be seeing boss one-shots that spend X amount of time stacking diamond hands. You will see clips of that. Has to have a class one that gives him damage based on movement speed. He doesn't need it. Imagine if it's like a global one, like Launch Driver, and it double dips. Yeah, no, this is like... Vex looked well made, this just looks silly. For people to be stacking max diamond hands for every fight, yeah, I mean, it will happen, especially with the power of YouTube, right? Like, you just re-stack diamond hands and then just go into any fight. Like, this is the only build here that has me... There's 2 builds here that has me interested. Peacebreaker Cannon build, Arc Knife build. Any other build that uses his actual kit is so uninteresting. Because it's just that dumb. There's no, like, ooh, this would be fun to min-max. No, because it just breaks itself by existing. You don't need to min-max it. When something doesn't need to be optimized, it loses its interest in a looter shooter game. I've got no reason to farm for a better build if it's that broken out of the gate. Why should I spend time farming and playing this game if it just breaks everything the moment I spec the skill points? Oh, increased overdrive duration with that. Here we go. So, 100% bonus on overdrive bonuses. So that gives us 20% splash there. No, that's per point. That gives us 100% splash there. That gives us 50% movement speed there. We can freeze it. We gain 50% fire rate. 5% ammo regen. We can pop up free ammo as well. Yeah, that's kind of all in. There's something more interesting. We can get better shield stuff here by dropping some gun damage, which might be worth it. Same with fire rate. That's 20%. We have 50. Whenever we critical hit an enemy, action skill duration is restored, but it's a 4-second cooldown for 15%. 15% of that gives us quite a bit of duration, but that makes it drain quicker. That might be worth it over the gun damage, to be fair. Ah, fuck. Builder. Well, that's the overdrive build. So that'd be a fun Rafa build that doesn't use any of the broken stuff. That's just fun Rafa. That doesn't use any of the completely overtuned shit. And this is focused on purely on keeping overdrive active. If we use Peacebreaker cannons for bossing, we get no ammo consumption. We'll pre-stack diamond hands. We'll nuke a boss. For general play, we'll be using Peacebreaker cannons. Peacebreaker cannons will give us infinite uptime on Everdrive. And then for bosses, we swap to... Yeah, sorry. The Lance will give us infinite uptime on Overdrive. And then for bosses, we use Peacebreaker cannons and Bullet Buddy Deluxe. With... literally doesn't matter. Because yeah. With 5 in Everdrive, we hit 18 seconds on duration, so we don't actually need cooldown, so we can hit that to make our action skill better. But it doesn't really matter what our augment here is on Lance. Lance is purely being used as Cannon is in Borderlands 3. This is normal Bob Rafa. This is rough if you want to have fun. If we wish to commit crime, there's only 4 skill points left over. There we go. That's crime. Especially if we pre-stack diamond hands, nothing is surviving. Not much on the way in sustain here. This is very glass. So that'll be bossing. And hopefully just brute forcing damage-wise. I don't think base difficulty, so if we think back to like how Borderlands 3 launched, you didn't need damage. For example, just use rep kit lifesteal. I mean, yeah. So when Borderlands 3 launched, we didn't need damage. I was using a Nighthawking, 1 bursting 3-bar badasses. Nighthawking does poor damage, but we didn't notice because we didn't need damage. It was all about damage application. So a loadout like this, with Shock Market and El Diablito, is probably completely unnecessary, and only be noticeable in boss fights. We could probably axe both of these skills and still be insta-killing most enemies when we're maxed out. So this will probably be more of a thing for bosses or later game when difficulty comes later. We want a bit more usability and mobbing. We'd have to sacrifice Shock Market in order to get more in Red Tree here. There we go. We go Shock Market 3 for an Errant Spark, and then get Lateral Plinking. And then that kind of just wins. We can even get double auto shot as well. Is one of the short fuse skills? Oh no. That would be so broken. Because then you could just save so many skill points. So if I'm actually tryharding, I think that's the build I go. Might change around this if I read a bit more. Yeah, that's my try-hard build. It's got Shock Market and Diamond Hands for bossing, and then it's got a bunch of the Ricochet stuff for mobbing. Errant Spark plus Shock Market will just kind of annihilate. El Diablito's a bit too far out of the way to get whilst getting the Ricochet stuff, but that'll become more viable once we get more skill points. Ignore everything, just Ricochet Knife. There's fun playstyles to go with here, but because there's so much broken stuff on these trees, that it feels like you have to very purposefully nerf yourself. And I mean, like, when you've got people insta-killing some of the big bosses in the demo, I don't think that's a good sign. Now, I did it to a couple of bosses before Borderlands 3 came out. They had to nerf what I was using in both sides, Stickies and Leave No Trace, very quickly. I think Ricochet... Stickies is the problem again. Stickies in this game will be bonkers. We saw what they were doing to that boss, what Jops did to that boss, and I'm presuming some other people did as well. I have seen that the demo build that they played in LA was scaled to be easier than what the game will launch as. However, no amount of a little bit more scaling on enemies will stop what is capable here. Like, you don't give a character a pre-stackable 1000% gun damage, and 1, 2, 3 more powerful short fuses, that doesn't work. Stickies are the worst, yeah. What's the thing is here is, you know, when I had the max bossing spec on, which had both, just a fire sticky and everything dies because it's both of them. If we end up at level 70, we have 69 skill points. I'll have enough for that and Errant Spark. So imagine Errant Spark hits something, we get 3 better short fuses in one impact. Nothing survives that. Nothing survives that. I should probably do a Hellwalker spec as well, actually, that has this first shot, free ammo, and I think there's a first shot around here as well, yeah, Vitriol. But I can't be fucked. That'll want some cooldown as well, to spam Peacebreaker cannons. We'll hopefully get some of that with class mods and gear, since there isn't much to go around. Anything for Burr, like fire rate? Yeah, so we've got like fire rate skill there, that a bonus can be doubled with that. Pain reaction. Should I go with that instead of... No. I didn't even think of lightning rod. Vitriol won't be good. Doesn't really matter though. It's even stronger than short fuse as well. But yeah, that will be very strong as well. Because of lightning rod. All you have to do is aim down sights for a bit there, but... You have all 49 points in Vex Green, hell yeah. Yeah, this will melt bosses just as well, because lightning rod. Lightning rod should be stronger than shock market. Especially with an automatic weapon. And the thing is you can get the full Vitriol bonus thanks to Bullet Bloody Deluxe, but Vitriol is not even gonna... I mean, 11% is a lot. That's a big number. That's gonna be 60. That's gonna be 55%. That's a big number. But so is Lightning Rod. Why is Lightning Rod 200 of damage dealt? Vitriol is 66% damage of base. In my earlier 100 damage to 1000 damage, 660 damage comes from Vitriol, 30,000 damage comes from Lightning Rod. Where are you getting the 110 from? 5% per stack. What? So it's 300%. I was just looking at the bonus damage, 2% of damage dealt. Because it's of damage dealt. That's what I'm referring to here. I'm referring to the double dipping here, data. 2% of damage dealt. 5 stacks, that's 10, 20 stacks. It's 200. Ah, right, I see. It just hits an enemy this way. So does it not stack together? Because it just says hits. It doesn't say it needs to critical hit. So what I think's happening here, Liam, is every hit we gain 2% of damage dealt. But if it's a crit, it's 3% instead. Because at no point, while aiming a gun, Rafa deals bonus shock damage. Each time Rafa hits an enemy this way, it deal increased bonus damage until he zooms out. Hits an enemy this way. The additional bonus damage is per critical hit. That's not a normal hit. And it's plus 2% of damage dealt. And then plus 3 if it's a crit. Do not read this as 5% per stack. Yeah, I'm seeing it's 3%. Oh no, the 5% is coming from 5 points, Viper. So it's 5 skill points at 1% per critical hit will be 5% per critical hit. That's where they're getting that from. So I'm seeing bonus damage, 2%. 5 points will take it 10%. But let's say it starts at 10, and then you get plus 5, as you say, to 110%. So we've got, you know, a 100 damage gun, our damage formula, not including lightning rod because it's a bonus element. Or it's of the damage belt. Will take us to 1,000 damage. This will take that 1,000 starting, 110%, and then apply it again. So we'll be doing 10 times the amount of damage. 11 times the amount of damage, thanks to this skill. It's a bonus element, so it won't be getting splash bonuses. But, like, I don't think we have any right now. This skill would need... So the way short fuse, like, limits itself is it's not every hit, and it's got an internal cooldown. This stops you from just going ballistic with it. And overall, depending on what weapon you're using, it's around a 2x increase. This don't give a fuck. This has no limitations. So like when we do a boss one-shot on Moe's, where we're not limited by the internal cooldowns and the percentage chance, we guarantee it every time. When you hit a boss, and it's not a short fuse, it does a sliver of damage. When you hit a boss and it is a short fuse, it dies. The short fuse is like 100x. But because of the limitations, it works out to be a lot less. This doesn't seem to have those limitations, so straight up math there being 10 times the amount of damage if our damage formula leaves us at 10 times. This could be a lot more. The Borderlands 3 overall damage, we're doing, you know, 1,000, 1,000,000 times what card is. So if we end up with 1,000 times on our damage formula, this one skill, will we do that again? So if we turn 1,000 damage into 1,000,000 damage against enemies with about 1 to 2 million health, this one skill will give us 1,000,000,000 damage. And that's not an exaggeration. Those 100% confirmed values, though, they're always free to change, Chrome. But look at it. 1%. They're not going to make that 0.1%. The problem with it is it's of damage dealt. That's what needs to change. If it's just of initial damage, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it'll still, like, double your damage, mind, as a bonus element, but there's enough of those to make it... It's powerful, but it's... Is it official? These are what were in the game when people played it at LA. That's what these are from. So they could have been inputted incorrectly. But if it is, as we're reading here, of damage dealt, that is the issue. Because every time they do that, we get short fuse, we get alchemical agent, we get remnant, we get ties that bind, we get indiscriminate, we get hollow point. All of these things have something in common. It's called one-shotting everything in front of them. You're getting a 3.26 Molten Eldritch Blast damage. That's very good. This doesn't care, though. What am I getting on this? Right now, at least 20. And that's with just 2 skills. Two skills has given me 20x. You're getting 3. I really hope this is just inputted incorrectly on the site. Because, like, that alone will be doing more damage than you. It's 4 points. What action skill is this using? For mobbing. Well, okay, fun fact, it doesn't actually matter. This doesn't need an action skill. It doesn't need action skill uptime. This has no downtime. Beam team for pain reaction will be optimal, just to be able to spread that damage to more enemies. Because, of course, I have chaining whilst doing all this. You're doing 100 damage. You breathe like 300? Oh, easy. I mean, I've got infinite ammo stickies, as well as my 20x. This is before even considering the sticky malt. I also have infinite ammo stickies? I do. But what's going to be great here are bullet hoses. Bullet hoses are going to be the good shit. If the game has Monarch or Dictator or Hell, even Shredder Fire. I mean, actually, even Hellwalker will do it because of Buddy Buddy Deluxe. Any kind of bullet hose. I'll find one big target. And in fact... depending on how enemy ragdolls work... I could wipe a room by shooting a dead body. Or a pillar. Or an arrow box. We're way past overdrive bonuses here, Data. Nothing what you're like. Nothing a part of this build that I put together gives a shit about overdrive. I don't care about overdrive. Overdrive is a drop in the ocean. Overdrive's the duration enemies will not observe. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna call it there. I expected to play some video games, but going through trees is too much fun, especially when we have like hundreds of points. Yeah, Rafa's dumb. Yeah, we don't care about action skills. We don't care about overdrive. All I do is walk into a room, Doom style. I am aiming down sights the whole time, and everything in front of me is dying. I have ricochets into double dipping, so everything that I'm shooting is dying. Everything that is near what I'm shooting is dying. I'm not pushing any action skills. I'm not throwing my ordnance. I have zero care. I have 100% uptime on this. And then if I really, really wanted to, before going into a boss fight, I can stack up diamond hands. If I wanted to. I don't need to, but if I wanted to, I could. Just to really make sure that boss dies. Rafa's so dumb. What did I say? Before looking at the skill trees, I said Vex would be an easy character to play and that Rafa would be the highest damage. I said Vex and Harlow would be the two easiest. Rafa would be the highest damage. Eamon I couldn't really get a read on. He should be fun though, Eamon. I think there should be some good skill stuff there. I think there'll be lots of creative stuff with Eamon. No idea what he'll be power-wise though. Yeah, Rafa is a bit fucked. Right, I'm gonna call it there. Now, tragically, I am not going to be able to be streaming Saturday and Sunday today. You will notice that it is Friday. I don't normally stream Fridays. I had Friday off, and I think the same is... I think that goes for the next few weeks as well. But this particular week, I am covering somebody, which means I have to do full days tomorrow and Sunday. Then Monday, Tuesday will be normal. I will be working evenings again, which means I will not be live until Wednesday. So that is, yeah, 5 days until I am back with some Borderlands 3 endgamey stuff. What's my day job? I work in a kitchen. Yeah, I know. It's 4 evenings straight now, which is irritating, and something I've made very clear that I do not want to be doing, but somebody's on holiday, and apparently we're not allowed agency, so... I gotta put the work in. I'm shy on hours anyway, so it's good. And then next week, I won't be live Monday, Tuesday, but then I have every evening off. I might end up taking the Saturday off anyway, as I started to kind of do, just by being tired. But yeah, I am only working 2 evenings next week, so I should be able to get some time to get some YouTube stuff recorded, which I'm working on, and some streams as well, which will be Endgame Borderlands 3. So thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of the evening. Stay safe, stay awesome, and try not to have too many nightmares about Rafa's skill tree. Have a good one. Goodbye.